Recording in progress.
All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Tuesday, December 16th, regular San Benito County Board of Supervisors meeting. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance by Supervisor Zanger.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Just entertain a motion to approve the acknowledged certificate of posting, please. Is there first?
So moved.
First or second?
I'll second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We had a couple items here, I think, because of the glitch in our system over the weekend, presentations, department announcements, they're on the agenda. I just want to make sure we're acknowledging that, but I don't believe we have anything there. And then board announcements. Who would like to get started with board announcements? Supervisor Sotelo?
Thank you. I will try to make it quick. I will save my committee reports for later in the agenda. But I did want to share something that I think is really awesome. One of our sheriff deputies, his wife, Cheyenne Charlesworth, saw a need in the community and created kind of an Adopt a Senior. And I learned about this at the Aging and Long-Term Care Commission meeting on last week. I don't remember which day it was. But anyways, they got all of the seniors adopted at Whispering Pines. There is still 100 isolated seniors that are homebound or have limited mobility for multiple reasons. And they are currently partnering with Jóvenes de Antaño and our Sheriff's Department, and they are collecting scarves, beanies, non-perishable food items, puzzles, adult coloring books, crossword puzzles, word searches, etc. They're collecting the donations through Monday, December 22nd, first thing in the morning. Like they need to be in by, let's say, 9 a.m. at the Sheriff's Department. And then they're planning on distributing the items on the 23rd. And so I just think I wanted to share this. I think it's a wonderful way. It shows the community kind of coming together. They saw a need and they really took action. So I wanted to highlight it here. I want to encourage everybody, get some items, donate it. If you are looking to make a monetary donation, Cheyenne is not, she won't be taking those, but you can make a monetary donation to Jóvenes de Antaño. So I thought it was a wonderful kind of show of Christmas spirit and really taking care of our seniors. So that is it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Zanger. Supervisor Velasquez?
Nothing, sir.
Supervisor Curro?
I just want to thank CAO Esperanza Colio for attending Rotary yesterday. She did a kind of introduction to herself to Rotary, and it was a very, in my opinion, successful presentation. We didn't discuss the topic. I said is we're not discussing any politics or anything that's a hot topic item. We're just introducing you, and she did a phenomenal job showing how her philosophy on being a CAO and the history of how she got here. It was so moving that several of us, even last night when we were at the Rotary event in the evening, were like moved and touched. So thank you so much for being able to share your story. It really means a lot, and I look forward to more events like that where you can get to know the public and they can get to know you. So I thank you so much for attending that. Also, Supervisor Sotelo and I attended the Monterey Bay Area Stewardship stewardship, which included the land trust, the RDA, Resource Conservation District. It was a great tour. It included the historical park. It included the new Riverside Park. We went to a ranch. I am looking forward to that conversation coming forward as an item to the board to help everyone understand what their goal is for potential future funding for parks, conserving land, and preserving ag land. So I really thought it was great. And if we could do another future tour, I liked how they had a spot in almost every one of our supervisorial districts. It would be great if we could coordinate that so each of the supervisors could hear what they're working on. It's a passion mission, and it's great for our community, including our seniors and our youth. So in preserving the land and ensuring that we have recreational activities for our youth and our seniors. So thank you so much. That's it.
Thank you very much. Have nothing for announcements other than the committee assignments that we'll be addressing later in the agenda. So that would take us to public comments. So this is the time on the agenda for items that are not appearing on the agenda. No action can be taken. Do we have any public comment for items not on the agenda?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And in chambers, we'll start with Tammy Aviles.
Good morning, Chair, Board of Supervisors, staff, everyone present. First, let me say happy holidays. And I wanted to, my name is Tammy Aviles, and I'm here for the Friends of the San Benito County Free Library. And I wanted to thank you for all your hard work this past year. And as we close out 2025 and begin the new year, we wanted to bring back to your attention the $10 million grant for the library, which has a project deadline of September 30th, 2027. And because the County Facilities Committee was dissolved, and so there's no more public meetings to discuss the library project, Susan, Logue, and I, kind of the co-chairs of the Library Expansion Committee under the Friends, would like to reach out to you individually to discuss the status of the library project. We look forward to meeting with you early next year to just kind of brainstorm, bring you up to date on where we are as a committee with regard to the library renovation and expansion project. And I want to then thank you in advance for scheduling the time for us. And I wanted to also mention that today, thank you Supervisor Sotelo and Caro for mentioning seniors, that today is our last day of our tech support at the library, which is from 10:30 to noon. And it is a collaboration between the Friends of the Library and the Seniors Council of Santa Cruz and San Benito County, of which I'm part of as well. And it's part of the master plan for aging for San Benito County, which we continue to work on as well and implement things to enhance the lives of our senior community. And again, thank you for your time and happy holidays.
Next in chambers, Susan Logue.
Good morning, Board. My name is Susan Logue, and I'm a resident of Hollister, also a member of the Friends of the Library. And I wanted to say happy holidays to everyone here, and hope you have a good rested vacation or a little bit of a break soon. The library's been really busy. We had Santa appointments, And this is the third week, and tomorrow's the last day, but they're full, so sorry about that. But that was great, big success. So the friends helped with registration and just the procedures and things like that. And then also they had very successful cookie decorating. It's funny. So that's full too, but it was 2 times they offered it, and both times we went to capacity. So that was exciting. Meanwhile, the library is helping with language learning through Mango on the computer. They still have zip books, ebooks, audiobooks, a Roblox club is going to start. So that was very popular. And of course, the tech help today. I'll be going myself. So anyway, thank you so much and happy holidays.
Next in chamber, Joe.
Morning, Supervisors. I've been looking into the history of meeting schedules around here, like the time and the dates and whatnot. Ordinance 243 in 1964, 9:30 for twice every, 2 Mondays every month. In 1874, it used to be 10 a.m. I've even seen 1:30 before in somewhere in the 1880s. Ordinance 551 in 1989, 9:30 for 3 Mondays. Ordinance 560, 1990. 9:30 for 3 Tuesdays. Ordinance 686, 9:30, 3 Tuesdays a month. Ordinance 686, 1996, 9:30, 3 Tuesdays every month. Kind of goes on with there, 723 and 827. Ordinance 827 actually moved to 9 o'clock every 3 Tuesdays. And then Ordinance 870 moves it down to 2 Tuesdays. And we've been there since then, although technically that's 2 Tuesdays unofficially. No state law fixes Board of Supervisors schedules into place. This is something I've been looking into, is whether or not state law does something like that. I can't find any state laws. Santa Cruz sets their own schedule via local ordinance. San Francisco meets at 2 o'clock p.m. Sutter County meets at 3 o'clock p.m. Stanislaus County meets at 6:30 p.m. I printed out an 11 by 17 copy of one of their most recent agendas for that specific purpose. As you can see, regular meeting, 6:30 p.m. Furthermore, I have printed out another 11 by 17 of the ordinances themselves. Sections 3.01.001, Section A, regular meetings of the Board of Supervisors should be held at this county seat, meeting, yada, 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 also at 9 a.m. What this proves to me is that this is something that can be set on, relatively speaking, on a whim, that there are no state laws that affect it, and that other counties have other ways of doing things. Now, by this chart, there are two groups of people at the top of all authority: the Board of Supervisors and the people of San Benito County. So if you guys don't do anything, we can. Ballot initiative. I was thinking of something like a ballot initiative, essentially barring meeting times between 12 a.m. to 5 p.m. so you guys can't meet there. This gives you more flexibility with negotiations and things like that. And I've actually printed out a few ballot initiatives myself to kind of like learn how to make one of these things. So the important thing to understand here is that this is going to happen. This is no longer just talk. This is going to happen. I've been progressing through the chain of events that leads to victory, which would be inevitable once this thing gets on the ballot. So there is no stopping what's coming. The people reign supreme, and this is either going to happen on your terms or it's going to happen on our terms. Of course, I'm inspired by the quote, "Of the people, by the people, for the people. We the people." Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you very much. So that would take us to our consent calendar. So these items are considered all at once unless items are pulled from the board. Public comment. You have 3 minutes to speak on all items on consent. Are there any items that board members would like to pull? Supervisor Sotelo?
I would like to pull item 1.4 and 1.10.
Great. Supervisor Zarin?
Oh, sorry.
Supervisor Velazquez?
No,
Supervisor Curl?
I was just wondering, Mr. Chair, would you consider going to public comment before we finish polling? This agenda was very extensive, and I had concerns in areas that if the public has concerns, there are a few areas that if they'd like them polled because of the glitch that we had with Granicus, would you consider
that's
having
fine.
public comment
Yeah,
first?
sure
Thank you
thing.
so much.
So you're suggesting public comment first?
And then come back if there's something that someone has a problem with, I may pull it.
Sure thing.
Thank you
Public
so
comment?
much.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press star 9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Great.
Okay, the one I had a concern with, Supervisor Sotelo pulled, so thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you very much. Can I entertain a motion to approve all the consent items with the exception of 1.4 and 1.10?
So moved.
We have a first, do we have a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Motion passes. That takes us to 1.4. Supervisor Sotelo?
Thank you. I just had a clarifying question on 1.4. It lists that the beginning of the term is today, and I just wanted to clarify, is it today or is it January 1? I thought the other security company was there through December, and so I just wanted clarification.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, it is starting as of today, and the reason is because we need to onboard the new provider. So that's why they're starting today. The current security company, level 1, will still be there until the end of the year.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it. I am good with approving it.
Supervisor Curl?
And Rachel, I just wanted to confirm that with the questions that were brought up during the OpenGov review process, which I have to say, this was my first time doing a review through the OpenGov software program. I'm very impressed with it. Yes, it appears there is a lot of work that's put into it, but the documentation of the bidding process and the ranking from each of the individuals, I was very impressed. I had not seen any programs like that before. So I thank you and your staff for kind of being the pioneers on helping get that program moving forward for the county. And I can't wait until it's actually implemented countywide. But in that, we had some questions about overtime, I believe it was. Were all the questions that we did as reviewers and evaluators, were all those clarified before we went into this contract?
Yes, they were.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure because all of my notes were inside OpenGov and I didn't actually write them separate. So thank you so much, Rachel. I really appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Anything further? I'd entertain a motion to approve 1.4.
I move to approve.
We have a first, we have a second.
I'll second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Takes us to 1.10. This Supervisor Sotelo poll
Thank
as well.
you.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I just had a question on it. In reading the background material or item, it listed the total amount as the increased appropriation by like 1.5 something million. However, we're only doing 1.26. And so I was just kind of curious as to why we're not doing the full amount into the 25-26 budget year.
Yes. Good morning, Supervisors. The building burned out about 2 years ago. Claims for the insurance were pending, and originally they were submitted all the expenditures. Part of the expenditures to bring back that building includes engineering designs, plans and specifications to go up to bid and to be able to rehab the building. The funding arrived around by the end of September, and we deposited the funding. But we have pending the funding to be recognized by the board. As you remember, every changes in the budget must be approved by the Board of Supervisors. So as we were closing the books, I made a request to the auditor to pay off whatever we owe for expenses that were incurred with a negative balance. And so I identified about $159,000 at that time. So in a sense, when we received the $1.5 million, I said, okay, we'll pay off whatever we owe from the last fiscal year. and we will recognize the difference in this year. However, during my conversations with the auditor, he said that they have been found additional expenditures that were misplaced in different accounts. And so he wanted a room to be able to pay for those expenditures. My concern is the books were closed, but I agree with him to the following. If there were more than $159,000 expenditures, I would allow you to have the $250,000 with the caveat that if I review those expenses are not eligible for those matters that aligns with the insurance request that we made, that money will come back to us. So for now, I'm requesting your permission to recognize the revenue in this year of $1.2 million with the understanding that I might have to come back to you to recognize additional revenue in the future.
Thank you. So we have to approve this 1.26 into the increased appropriation into our 25-26 budget.
Yes.
But I guess how come we don't have to approve the $250,000 going into the 24-25 budget?
Because I discussed that with the auditor because he said he closed the books and that funding went to the previous.
So even though it's an increase in our appropriations, even for fiscal year 24-25, and even with it being closed, the Board of Supervisors does not have to
Exactly.
approve that money.
They should.
But we have to approve it for this one.
I'm requesting your approval for this one because I was given no option but to allow the $250,000 until they use that money for the last fiscal year.
Okay.
And I couldn't get an explanation for that. It makes no sense to me, but I'm just recognizing $1.216 million for this year.
Okay, so if we don't know the total amount that is due for 24-25 for invoices that were paid, so this is essentially, this $250,000 is reimbursing invoices that were paid that
Right.
had to do with the fire.
Yes, mitigation.
But there was not a total amount. I mean, that's what I'm understanding of what you're
So-
saying is that there's kind of a guesstimate that we're thinking 250,000 covers it. Now, if we find out that we're short, will we have to then allocate additional funding? Or let's say that we estimated too much, will we get that funding, let's say $50,000 back into, would we be able to approve then $50,000 back into our 25-26 budget?
Yes. So the problem that I'm having is the following. I don't believe it's right for us to not allocate the total amount of the funding. But the auditor told me that he needed $250,000, and he's coming so he can talk to you about it. He said, once the books are closed, you cannot recognize additional funding. So I don't understand that portion. What we agree is that because we still don't know how much money was spent in additional expenditures that they misallocated to other accounts that they're bringing back to this account, which only has $159,000 in expenditure, because I run the report, and the report says negative balance is $159. And I mentioned during my email correspondence that I'm willing to pay that amount before they close the books. I never got a response. So I went last week and I asked, I never got a response. And that's what I was told. There were additional expenditures identified and to give in room to $250,000 so they can pay off those expenses, negative balance.
Okay, thank you. So, Jopal, I don't know if you heard my question, but I was curious. So, with this $250,000, I understand it's for invoices that were for the fire, and so the $250,000 is an estimate, I guess is kind of how I'm understanding it, in potentially invoices that have been paid. And so then we're going to allocate the $250,000 of this 1.5 that will cover the 24-25 invoices paid. I think I'm explaining this correctly. And so my question is, If there's not enough money, will we just have to come back and make like a budget adjustment to pay more? Or are you confident that 250,000 will cover it? Or if there's an overage, will the extra money be returned for us to put it back into the 25-26 budget? I don't know if that makes sense, but.
Yes.
Bear with me.
First of all, good morning, Board of Supervisors, County Auditor Joe Paul Gonzalez. To provide additional explanation, so the CAO is correct. CAO Coolio is correct that she identified there was already 150,000 plus in the negative balance. And so we were waiting for reimbursement from insurance proceeds. And in addition, our own review of the fire expenses showed that there were expenses that had not been tagged to the fire. And, excuse me. So one of the things that the administrative office is working on is a reconciliation of all those expenses to make sure that those all the expenses associated with the fire would be tagged and would be associated with that project. And that's what happened. There was something happened when these expenses were being paid. They were not tagged. And so it's important that we reconcile that, and that's what they're working on now, is that reconciliation. And so it is just an estimate that perhaps another $100,000 would be associated with the 24-25 fiscal year and prior. And what we're trying to do is to make sure that all expenditures that occur in the specific years are those revenues that come in are associated with those expenditures. And that's that's a very basic concept in governmental accounting and in all accounting. It's called the matching principle. We match expenditures that occur and the revenues that come in for them.
Okay, so it is just an estimate right now. There may be or may not be more money that is needed. But if there is more money needed, you would come back and we'd have to do a budget adjustment or something like that?
We took a more conservative approach. So, 100,000 probably may be a little bit too much, but it'd be very close.
Okay, and then if there's any overage, would it be returned to the 25-26 year? Or like if there's an overage, where does that money go?
Excuse me. All these funds go into the general fund.
But I guess I'm asking because we're talking about we're 24-25. So the money the 250 is being allocated right now to 24-25, right? But we're in 25-26.
Yes.
So if there's any overage, it would go to 25-26. Yes.
We are recognizing, we would be recognizing all the revenue that's associated with those expenditures in 24-25, and then the excess amount would come back to the board, and we'd ask the board to increase revenues from those proceeds.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate the explanation.
Anything further, Supervisor Curro?
How'd you know? He turned and looked right at me. So my questions kind of went a little differently. You stated that this is all this funding is going into the general fund. Is there a reason why this is not a separate either where it's separated into a separate fund? Because this money that we're recognizing is to be earmarked for the repairs. So wouldn't it be a committed capital project that would reflect on the ACFR?
This action that the board has taken today is recognizing this revenue for 25-26. And I believe that this sets up the stage to use these funds for the design work, I think, on
Yes.
on the
So I understand that's the 24-25. We're reimbursing, so it's like we expended the money. We billed out for our expenses. It's been on the books. Now we're pulling that money from the reimbursement from the insurance company. But when we're looking at the remaining money, which may not be the topic fully, but the remaining money, dumping it into the general fund, I have real concerns if it's not earmarked and committed separately, specifically for capital improvement projects. We can't look at the general fund and say that money's available for another use. How is that being ensured that it's separated?
well, right now it's being tagged as general fund revenue that's for this project.
Yes, it's a separate account.
So it is separated.
Yes.
It's in the general fund, but it's committed separately.
Yes.
That was what I wanted to make sure
Yes.
was very clear, because I don't want to have it come back and have it say, well, that was just thrown in the general fund and now that money's been expended because the board expended it because they thought it was available, but it's
Right.
really not available.
No, and that's how I was able to identify the expenditures that occurred during the mitigation of the building, because I went into the account and reviewed the expenses. What we're trying to do now is when the county submitted the total expenses to the insurance company, those expenses have to match whatever we spent and the funding that we're receiving. That's what Joe Paul is trying to do right now, because let's say that you charge a specific amount for a specific activity, and it was not in the request for the insurance. When the insurance get out of it, we can maybe request it to return the money because it was not allowable. So that's what we're trying to do, reconciliation now, to ensure that that account had the correct expenditures, and we're allowing this room to be able to pay for those expenditures, eligible expenditures. If the funding there's any funding left from that $250,000 that we allocated, staying in the fiscal year last year, we're bringing that money back to this year. But it's in a specific account that would allow us to be able to go out, do a request for proposals or request for qualifications in this case. I had discussions with the insurance company that were not in agreement with the contract that was proposed back to you back in March last year. That were not in agreement with that contract. They requested to do another RFQ to get a new engineer and architect to do the rehabilitation portion. They're coming in January again to walk through the building and being able to go up to bid. And once that we had the bid, the insurance will cover the expenditure for the rehabilitation. Keeping in mind the following, it's an equal for an equal. It's not going to be something fancy, like, oh, we want to make some changes. No, it's not going to be allowed. So you have to be very careful with the funding that we're receiving.
Yeah, and anything that we spend that's beyond what was equal to equal has to come out of us. It doesn't come out of the insurance. I get that.
That's correct.
And you're saying it's a separate fund, but Joe Paul, you said general fund. So
Well, it's separated.
it's separate. I just wanted to make sure. I just don't want us confused that it's in a pot that will look like we have that accessible to us when it's not. That's all I was concerned with. Thank you. And thank you, Joe Paul. And happy holidays.
Thank you. Anything further? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion to approve.
I move to approve.
We have a first, we have a second.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. That completes the consent agenda. I would take us to our public hearings. The first one is 2.1. We have Assessor Tom Slavich here to review LCA applications for 4 compatible use requests, make determination approving or denying each request, and adopt resolution for those requests that are approved. Tom?
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. In your packet, we have a staff report. We have 4 Williamson Act LCA compatible use applications today. And I'll just go over the highlights of the staff report. On the first compatible use request, we have applicants Michael Bergantino. This preserve basically consists of 165.8 acres. The LCA contract number is 2410. Property is located about 7 miles east of Hollister and John Smith Road. The applicant is requesting to construct a primary residence on the property to manage cattle and hay operations. The acreage needed for the house is roughly about a half acre or so. And there's an existing older home on the property that's used for the farming operation. So under our county ordinance, you're allowed one house per contract, and any other additional houses are for the use of the farming operation. In this situation, the requested construction of the landowner's residence is for the operation, of the farm. And the Williamson Act Committee recommended approval of this compatible use request. And I'm here to answer any questions you might have on this application.
Thank you, Tom. We'll open the public hearing. Do we have any public comments?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
All right, so we'll bring it back to the board. Are these needed to be done in separate resolutions, or can we do this all in one?
Just one at a time.
Okay.
Separate.
All right, so we have 4 resolutions for LCA compatible use: Bragantino, Cassidy, Giudice, and Schroeder. Do we have a motion? Is there anything further by the board, first of all? Sorry.
Well, we would probably do one resolution at a time.
Okay, we'll go through each one in particular. So Bragantino, questions, comments?
So I move to approve the compatible use for Bragantino 24-10.
Second. There's a second. All those in favor, roll call, please.
Supervisor Kosmicki,
Yes.
Supervisor Zanger,
Yes.
Supervisor Sotelo,
Yes.
Supervisor Curro,
Yes.
Supervisor Velasquez.
Yes.
5-0 vote, motion passes.
Okay. Takes us to
Okay, we'll
Cassidy.
go on to the next compatible use request. This is Colette Cassidy. This preserve is 160 acres down in South County. Contract number is 71037. Property is located about 45 miles south of Hollister on Panoche Road. The request is to use the 2 existing structures for Airbnb units for people to stay on the property. They have a nearby dairy as well that people can go visit if they're there. Under our county ordinance, under categories of compatible uses, it lists a number of uses deemed compatible. One is any use that is required to be permitted by the act, and 2, any compatible use as determined by the board upon a finding that the proposed use is incidental and not detrimental to the ag use of the property. So in this situation, the 2 existing units that would be used as Airbnb rentals, they will not require any additional acreage or disrupt the ag operation of the property. It's not going to be detrimental to the ag use, and your committee recommended approval of this compatible use request. Any questions?
Supervisor Curro.
So when I was at CSAC, we talked about Airbnbs and the ability to be able to gain information from the platforms. The legislation is still, being worked out on how that works. This Airbnb would have a business license and be referred to the Treasurer's Office for TOT tax. The only reason I'm saying that is because right now the controversy at the state level is about being able to gain these addresses and locations from the platforms. And so if we know in advance, it's just one less one that we have to request through those platforms. So as long as that communication is happening, I'm great with this. I think it's a wonderful addition to our TOT contributions.
Further? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion to approve the resolution for the LCA compatible use for the Cassidy.
I move to approve.
First, we have a second.
Second.
All those in favor, roll call, please.
Supervisor Kosmicki,
Yes.
Supervisor Zanger,
Yes.
Supervisor Sotelo,
Yes.
Supervisor Curro,
Yes.
Supervisor Velasquez.
Yes.
5-0 vote, motion passes.
Next one, Tom.
Okay, the next one is Giudice et al., Refined Genetics LLC. So this preserve is roughly 209.7 acres. Contract number is 23-2. Properties down in South County, 47 miles south of Hollister on Old Hernandez Road. The request is to have an outdoor cannabis cultivation on 80 acres out of the 209 acres. So under our county ordinance, agricultural use is any use of the land for the purpose of production and agricultural commodity, plant and animal products for commercial purposes. Under California Government Code 51201A and Senate Bill 527, cultivation of industrial hemp is basically an ag commodity that is allowed under the Williamson Act. And under Government Code Section 5231B, the rules also provide that the growing of cannabis is also a compatible use under contracted land or non-contracted land. The preserve will still continue to meet the acreage and income requirements of the Williamson Act. And in this situation, the cannabis will encompass basically 8 acres, 4% roughly of the 209 acres, and the remaining acres will be basically cattle grazing. And your committee recommended approval of this compatible use request.
Bring it back to the board. Any questions, comments?
Really sorry.
Supervisor Curl?
So because we're talking cannabis, and I have been working with the CAO and County Council on, we had adopted a cannabis temporary policy and ordinance, and I just want to remind us as a board and as staff that has to come back, whether that is going to a vote of the voters for amendments or if it's here. I just want to make sure that does not get lost on the radar, because it is going to expire, if I remember correctly. So that's my only comment.
Great. Just to piggyback, I've just recently requested this item be brought back as well as soon as possible. So let's get that back early 2026. Anything further from the board? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion for approval.
I move to approve.
We have a first, we have a second.
I'll second.
All those in favor, roll call, please.
Supervisor Kozmicki?
Yes.
Supervisor Zinger?
Yes.
Supervisor Sotelo?
Yes.
Supervisor Curl?
Yes.
Supervisor Velasquez?
Yes.
5-0 vote, motion passes.
All right, that takes us to LCA compatible use Schroeder.
Yes, this is applicant's Karen Schroeder. Property is roughly 175 acres. Contract number is 19-4. This property is located 6 miles northeast of Hollister on Brook Hollow Road, which is off Hudner Road, which is off Highway 25. The request is to have an outdoor cannabis cultivation on roughly 149 acres. Again, as previously mentioned, we have the Senate bill and the code sections, government code sections, which allows industrial hemp, and also growing basically cannabis on Williamson Act land and non-Williamson Act land. So in this situation, the cannabis is going to be 149 acres out of the 175 acres. The remaining acres will be used for farming. On June 10th, 2025, the board approved the cultivation of cannabis on the adjoining parcel, which is an LCA parcel, which that is the lessee of this application. And your committee recommended approval of this compatible use request.
Thank you very much. Bring it back to the board. Any questions, comments? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion to approve.
I move to approve.
We have a first, we have a second.
I'll second.
All those in favor, roll call, please.
Supervisor Kozmicki?
Yes.
Supervisor Zinger?
Yes.
Supervisor Sotelo?
Yes.
Supervisor Curl?
Yes.
Supervisor Velasquez?
Yes.
5-0 vote, motion passes.
Thank you very much. That would take us to item 2.2. This is the housing element item. Receive presentation regarding ordinance to amend County Code Title 23 subdivisions et al., and then introduce and waive first reading of ordinance approving zoning text amendment, adopting amendments to Title 23, et cetera, and then continue ordinance to be adopted during its second reading on consent on January 13th, 2026. Direct staff on the 13th, if so desired, to adopt the corresponding general plan amendment and associated secret documentation. Abraham Prado.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors. Good morning. As we were setting up this PowerPoint, I want to remind the public that we also have hard copies of the PowerPoint in the back in case anybody wants to receive one in the table.
All right, that's it. Do we have a vote?
And with that, staff recommends, just kidding. Thank you. Mr. Chair, members of the board, good morning. Abraham Prado, Director of Planning and Building Services for the County of San Benito. On May 20th, 2025, your board unanimously adopted resolution number 2025-27, approving the San Benito County's housing element 2023-2031 sixth cycle. And also on May 20th, your board unanimously adopted resolution number 2025-28, a resolution initiating the rezones of the 12 parcels within the housing inventory sites of the housing element. The action by your board on May 28th was in direct response to a letter received by the California Department of Housing and Community Development, otherwise known as HCD, which was mailed to the County of San Benito dated April 1st, 2025, and indicated that the county has met the statutory requirements of the housing element. However, it could not be found in substantial compliance for certification until it adopted Program 3.2 of the housing element, which basically means the rezoning of the 12 parcels identified within the housing inventory sites of the housing element. Today, the item before you is the first reading of the ordinance for the 12 parcels. And I just want to be clear that adoption of the rezones does not mean the approval of housing. It does not mean the approval of building permits for housing development. It fulfills a requirement by the state HCD to be able to be compatible for the certification of the housing element. Without a certified housing element, the state of California indicates that the county can remain subject to the Housing Accountability Act and Builder's Remedy. As you know, Builder's Remedy basically allows for housing developers to be able to submit an application to the county without meeting the zoning requirements or the general plan of the county. And so therefore, the county currently has 13 applications for Builder's Remedy, totaling over 2,600 residential units, including sprawl development. Adopting the housing element, adopting the rezones for the certification of the housing element would essentially lead us to put a stop to Builder's Remedy. So that way developers would be able to propose housing development that meets the process of the planning process, that meets the zoning ordinance, and it meets the general plan. Housing element certification is also required to access significant state funding for the county. During the upcoming months, the county will be submitting projects to HCD requesting to utilize approximately $11.5 million in community development block grant money to basically use for public improvements, including roads and other infrastructure that the county is in great need of. In addition, the County Health and Human Service Agency, HHSA, has already unfortunately missed out on over $3 million in grant funding for programs involving social services and for emergency shelter services for not having a certified housing element within this sixth cycle of the housing element update. If the county's housing element is not certified, the county will not have access to this grant money or other grants, which can be, unfortunately, in the tens of millions of dollars. It is of great importance to note that out of the 754 regional housing needs allocations that were allocated by the state of California to the County of San Benito to plan for in the unincorporated areas of the county, due to the pipeline projects that the county already has, and just for a little bit of history, pipeline projects are those projects that are have already received some type of entitlement, not by your current board, but by previous boards. So these have been projects like Santana Ranch, San Juan Oaks, Fairview Corners, and these have been basically entitled by previous boards, not yours, and also due to the projected accessory dwelling units that we have projected within this sixth cycle. Based on that, HCD has recognized that out of the 754 units, the county has a net remaining unmet regional housing needs that consist of 168 units to accommodate for low income and very low income families. And again, this was already reviewed by HCD and the determination that the county meets statutory requirements. The 12 sites that we will be showing in the map and a little bit later were strategically chosen to be infill development sites closer to the city of Hollister, closer to services. And you will note that some of these are actually in close proximity to schools like Calaveras School, Aro Hardin, Rancho Santana, Hollister High School, and Ladd Lane. And this can provide the potential for workforce housing, including affordable housing for teachers, which we heard that there is a big need of during this process. We heard that loud and clear. I also want to mention, before going over some key events, that if the county fulfills its 168 unit requirement for low and very low residential units during this 6-cycle housing element, that some out of the 12 parcel sites, if some of the property owners at that point would like to work with staff and the county to potentially rezone their sites again to a different zoning district, that county would be amenable to working with them as long as it does not jeopardize certification from HCD. And that is a process that we would work together with the county and the applicant at that point and with HCD. So with that, before going over the rezone sites, if it's okay with the board, we would just like to briefly just go over some of the key events during this over 2-year process of the housing element. So on September 29th, and just as a preface, want to indicate that there's been extensive outreach over this two-year period, a little bit over 2-year period, through email, social media, the county website, along with English and Spanish flyers placed at libraries, community events, local stores, restaurants, and grocery stores as well. It's essentially for the workshops, but we've had different meetings, including planning commission meetings, board of supervisors meetings. If you recall, we've had joint planning commission and board of supervisors meetings, including the multiple workshops. On September 29, 2022, we actually had our first housing workshop, and that was in collaboration with the Monterey Bay Economic Partnership Regional Agency and the San Benito County Council of Governments. And we had also one of the a board member of the Board of Supervisors there as well, presenting on the housing needs of the community, and as well staff was there. I also presented on the housing element that we were engaging on. On June 6, 2023, we actually had our first joint Board of Supervisors meeting and Planning Commission, and that was essentially a kickoff meeting because the month prior, in May of 2023, we actually retained the services of Kimberly Horn for them to be able to help us with the preparation of the housing element. And in there, we introduced Kimberly Horn as a consultant. We talked about the scope of work for the housing element with all different items, and then a timeline for the housing element as well. And that was shared at the board chambers. The first workshop was actually at the Epicenter downtown. On September 27, we had our first community workshop after the kickoff meeting. And there we discussed the regional housing needs allocations from the state to the county. We talked about state requirements for the county to be certified. We talked about outreach. We talked about topics within the housing element, including issues of overcrowding. We talked about special needs housing for the community, such as farm worker housing, senior housing. We heard community members saying, I am within that 20% or lower of the housing median income. We make $20,000 or less as a family, as full-time employees. We are within that category where we are overcrowded, 2 or more families living in a household. That's what we were hearing, all this, we had the opportunity for public outreach, and we were hearing these comments to include within the housing element, to draft policy to be able to respond to these needs. On December 6th, 2023, we had a special housing information session, and that was specifically with the Latino Coalition, but it was open to the public as well. And that we talked about the housing element there, and we focused it on farm worker housing. And we actually had Supervisor Sotelo there, gave us a great presentation on that, and then staff was there as well. I presented on special needs housing and farm worker housing, and that was here at the board chambers.
Keep going, Abraham, as long as you need.
Appreciate that. On April 30th, 2024, we actually had another joint Board of Supervisors and Planning Commission study session here at the board chambers. And this was as we were getting to submit for our first draft of the housing element to HCD. So we're getting ready to submit. We had this joint planning commission board of supervisors meeting to solicit comment from the planning commission, from the board, and from the public. That was another opportunity. And on May 21st, we actually had another joint board of supervisors and planning commission study session, if you recall. And this was essentially to talk about any last things before submitting to HCD our first draft. And we're talking about next steps and what to expect from HCD, their 60-day review, and so forth. Before we actually submitted to HCD, the next day we had a community workshop at Payne's Restaurant, and that was both in English and Spanish. And we talked about progress of the housing element. We talked about the regional housing needs allocations, key milestones, and we also had opportunities for the public to comment and provide questions. We actually also had some small appetizers. It was a very well-attended meeting at the Payne's Dining Hall here downtown. And then, as you can see, on June 2024, the county submitted their first housing element to HCD, and that took a 60-day review. And in September of 2024, HCD provided their comments to the county. We reviewed the comments, and then we actually, part of the process was actually we had to send out a public notice and had, solicit public requests on our responses to the comments. And then after the public comment request, we drafted and finalized and the report, and we sent it to the HCD in September. So that was the second review sent to HCD. And then in housing element we submitted to HCD with response to comments. This was in November. So then in January of 2025, HCD provided comments again on the second submittal. Again, we reviewed the second submittal comments. We had to send it out to the public for review, public review period. And then after that, we finalized it. And then February, the housing element was resubmitted to HCD with response to comments, and this was the third submittal to HCD. So this was an ongoing process. And then on April 1st, 2025, HCD responded, indicating that the county had now met the statutory requirements, as I had mentioned. However, it was not found in substantial compliance for certification until the county adopted Program 3.2 for the rezones of the 12 parcels as identified within the housing inventory analysis. So then by April 1st, when we got the letter, staff right away wanted to agendize it at the next planning commission meeting, so that way we could have a recommendation to the board for the adoption of the housing element. However, we had already missed the deadline for publication. As you know, the freelance requires a submittal of the publication request 1 week, and then the following week it publishes. So we had already missed the April regular meeting session for the Planning Commission. So we got together with the Planning Commission to get a special meeting on for the April 30th meeting of basically to request recommendation of the housing element adoption and to request recommendation to the board for a resolution to initiate the rezones as requested by HCD. And so at the April 30th meeting, the Planning Commission unanimously approved the resolution to recommend to the Board of Supervisors the request. And then, as I mentioned earlier, on May 20th, we had two resolutions unanimously approved by your board. One was to adopt the housing element, and the second was to initiate a resolution to initiate the rezones. So from there, we essentially started working on the CEQA analysis for the rezones. And so Kimberly Horn began to help us with the environmental document for the rezones. And at that time, also, we worked on a grant to essentially pay for the environmental document. And we were awarded that grant in September in the amount of a little over $79,000 to be able to use towards the environmental review of an environmental report of the CEQA analysis for the rezones. In September, the environmental document was complete. We sent it out for a 30-day review public review. And then in October, that 30-day public review ended, and we scheduled a planning commission meeting for the November 19th planning commission meeting. And so at the regular meeting of the planning commission on November 19th, the San Benito County Planning Commission voted to recommend denial of the rezoning of the 12 parcels within the housing element sites inventory. The Planning Commission's finding for denial was based on the determination that the county should have provided the property owners with advance notice of the zone change. A legal notice regarding the proposed zoning amendments and recommendation to the Board of Supervisors was published in the Hollister Freelance on October 31st, 2025, and the notice was mailed to the property owners of the 12 candidate parcel sites, including individuals within a 300-foot radius 20 days prior to the Planning Commission public hearing, pursuant to California Government Code 65854B2. The county complied fully without noticing requirements outlined in the California Government Code. As mentioned earlier, the item before you today is the consideration of the approval of the rezones. HCD found that the county's 6-cycle housing element, 2023 to 2031, meets statutory compliance or requirements. However, the housing element cannot be found in substantial compliance until the county has completed Program 3.2 to rezone sites to accommodate the regional housing needs allocation pursuant to Government Code Section 655A3.2, subdivisions H and I. I briefly went over some of the consequences for a non-certified housing element. I mentioned earlier some of the consequences, such as with the state HCD, including the $11.5 million for public improvements, including roads and other infrastructure, a CDBG grant that is dependent on both progress and certification of the housing element. If the county's housing element is not certified, the county will not have access to this grant money or other grant money, which can be in the tens of millions of dollars, unfortunately. Regarding potential lawsuits, there are several potential consequences of being sued, including incurring fines. In a letter provided to the County of San Benito from HCD, dated September 9th, 2025, and this is all part of the packet, it states, quote, jurisdictions that do not have a compliant housing element may face additional legal ramifications, including referral to the county to the Attorney General's office for its violations of state law. Government Code Section 65585, subdivision I1 establishes a minimum of $10,000 per month up to $100,000 per month for jurisdictions that fail to comply with a court order to bring its housing element into compliance. If a jurisdiction remains non-compliant, a court may multiply those penalties by a factor of 3 and then 6, depending on the duration of the continued non-compliance. Jurisdictions are subject to additional fines of $10,000 and $50,000 per month for each violation accrued from the date of the violation until the date of the violation is cured, including investigation costs, expert fees, attorney fees, and any other relief the court deems appropriate, end quote. And finally, I also talked about Builder's Remedy, the Housing Accountability Act, which basically allows, while the county does not have a certified housing element, for developers to be able to propose housing projects that do not meet the zoning or general plan. And again, the adoption of the housing element and certification will put an end to Builder's Remedy. And from that point on, developers would have to comply with the established planning process, zoning regulations, and the general plan. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to our consultant, Bryant, to talk a little bit about the regional housing needs allocations. Right?
Thank you, Abraham. Good morning. I'm Brian Del Torre with Kimley Horn. I also have my partner, Rita Garcia, who project managed the environmental part. So as Abraham mentioned, there's a lot of background going into this, but I'm really going to go into the numbers and then just the rezone itself, which is what we're considering today. So our total RENA, which is the obligation that the city had, the county had to accommodate housing for, 754 units. The rezone that is being proposed would accommodate at the assumption in the housing element, it would be approximately 2,044 units there. That lower income portion of it, 409 units, that's for lower income housing, which is really income category that covers teachers, teachers assistants, seniors on fixed incomes, healthcare support roles, and so on and so forth. So the rezone itself is program 3.2 in the housing element. It's termed residential high rezone. That's the name of the proposed zone and the general plan land use designation. And the sites, it's 12 total. It started at 19 total through these meetings, workshops with both Planning Commission and the board. We trimmed it down to from 19 to 12 parcels. And then also the range of density went from 20 to 65 dwelling units per unit, per dwelling unit. And we slashed that to 20 to 45. And that was really negotiations with HCD, letting them know, hey, we need to slash this lower. So this proposed rezone, what it would do is establish a new zone, the residential high zone, and the residential high land use designation. This rezone does not approve any projects, doesn't approve housing. It doesn't require that existing parcels cease operations, anything like that. It doesn't require property owners to develop any of this housing. It just provides them an option to. The proposed rezone would increase density on these 12 identified parcels to 20 to 45 dwelling units per acre. In a sec, I'll show there's precedent for this in the county, and further in the limits within the development standards, it would limit to 3 stories, but also have built-in requirements that alleviate any potential privacy concerns. So, for example, any development that's 3 stories and it's adjacent to other residential development would have to have a buffer where it can't be 3 stories right next to that residential development. This proposed amendment would amend 10 parcels with land use designation of residential mixed, and it would and 2 that are agriculture, and it would move them all into this new designation titled residential high. Similarly, for the zoning designations, it would change 10 parcels that are currently rural residential and 2 parcels that are currently agricultural productive, and move them into the residential high designation. The amendment also updates the land use map and the zoning map to reflect these changes. To establish this zone, we had to update the municipal code to create these regulations for this new zone. To do that, we had to update the Title 23, the subdivision section, as well as chapters 27, 31, and within that Title 23, and then within Title 25, the zoning code section of the municipal code updated chapters 3, 5, 7, and 8. So what this does is it establishes some of those requirements for that zone. So I mentioned earlier, there's local precedents for development within this range of 20 to 45 dwelling units per acre. So this is Buena Vista apartment here. This one is 2 stories, abutting residential development there. This is at about 20 dwelling units per acre. We also have Santana Ranch. This is, again, within the Santana Ranch development area, adjacent to single-family homes there. And this development here is at essentially 24 dwelling units per acre. Senior Sunrise Apartments, which is the highest dwelling unit here. This development actually surpasses the density range that is being proposed. So in this rezone, the proposal is from 20 to 45. This development here is actually at 60 dwelling units per acre. The reason it was able to do that is, one, it's senior housing, so it gets some bonuses, some concessions there. Our proposed rezone here would not go as high as this development. But as you can see, even at this density, it still meshes well with the surrounding community. And that's because there was built-in features that allowed it to mesh there to alleviate any concerns. Here, there's also Vista de Oro, which is at 20.5 dwelling units per acre. So this is really at the lowest range of this proposed density. As you can see, it's also surrounded by single-family homes here. These are the maps. So this is the full wide map. I'll go into a couple zoom in shots here, but as you can see, they're all the sites in the green, those are the rezone sites, are generally either within county islands within the city of Hollister, but are part of the county or directly outside. The reason for this was to, as Abraham mentioned, is to locate them near services and specifically near schools. So like this section here, we have it, this is close to, on San Benito Road, close to the high school. This could potentially serve as workforce housing, teachers assistants, areas like that. So these 6 or 7 parcels here, 1 or 2 kind of up there in the middle, also next to, I believe that's Lad Lane Elementary. They're all surrounding the city here. We also have a zoom in here. So this is more of like the eastern corner, northeastern corner here. We have 3 parcels, R3, R5, and R10. And then here we go, northwest. This kind of shows some of the ones we had earlier, but also shows R12, which is one of the parcels that is considered currently agricultural productive. Currently, it's a way station. It's kind of behind the there's 2 new hotels, kind of behind Los Cuates there. It's a large property, not used for agricultural productive reasons, but currently zoned as agricultural. And with that, I'll pass it over to my partner, Rita Garcia, to discuss the CEQA review.
Yes, good morning. My name is Rita Garcia with Kimley Horn, and I served as project manager for the project's environmental impact review under CEQA. As Abraham and Bryant mentioned, we conducted an initial study for the proposed project, which was implementation of the proposed rezoning. Our analysis looked at approximately 20 environmental resource areas and multiple thresholds under those. Our analysis found that for the proposed thresholds, all of the impacts would be reduced to less than significant, found to be less than significant, or mitigated to less than significant through implementation of the proposed mitigation measures, as well as compliance with the established regulatory framework, which included the county's municipal code standards, policies, as well as state and federal, as well as regional regulations. The initial study was circulated for a 30-day public review, which occurred between September 12th and October 13th. After the public review, we received a total of 2 letters. One was from the San Benito High School District, and one was from a economic agency. Neither of the letters identify any new environmental impacts, and neither of the letters resulted in identifying an increase in the severity of environmental impacts already analyzed in the initial study. And we prepared the responses. They are attached to your package today, as well as the letters. And now the board is required to consider all of the analysis found in the initial study, as well as the responses to comments. And with that, Abraham will continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. Just to finalize, tonight's item is consideration to adopt the 6th cycle housing element implementation project. First reading, adoption of the 6th cycle housing element implementation project is a necessary step in order for HCD to consider certification. Certification of the 6th cycle housing element will remove the ability to utilize the builder's remedy, which will strengthen local control over development matters, brings control back to the county. And certification of the 6th cycle housing element will continue to allow the county to be eligible for essential funding sources such as CDBG and other grant funding. With that, staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors receive presentation as it was done regarding the ordinance to amend the county's code for the 12 parcel sites, introduce and waive the first reading of an ordinance of the Board of Supervisors of the County of San Benito, continue ordinance to be adopted during its second reading on consent agenda on January 13, 2026, and direct staff to return on January 13, 2026 with the resolution adopting the corresponding general plan amendment and associated CEQA documentation for board consideration concurrent with the ordinance second reading. Thank you for your time. Are there any questions for staff?
Thank you very much. We'll open the public hearing. Are there any public comments?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press star 9 or the raised hand icon. And in chambers, we'll start with John.
Thank you, members of the supervisors. My name is John Ivankovich. I live at 2420 Buena Vista Road. And I'm here to discuss an issue with you regarding a parcel of land that's adjacent to the 6.2 acres on Buena Vista Road, where it makes the, I had to return to the right. There's two parcels, 5 acres and 1.2 acres, 6 acres plus. But anyway, I and several other property owners own an easement through that property, 10-foot easement for an irrigation water line. Goes down to a small lot down the hill just behind and to the south of your property. And the concern I have is that the access to that parcel is very difficult. Since that was all created more than 100 years ago, the access to that parcel down below is not through the 10-foot easement, because it's impossible to go down the hill in any way to access that parcel. So what we've been doing is actually crossing over the 5-acre lot. And I understand that it's going to be developed with farm acre housing, which I support. I think it's a great idea. But there has to be some consideration on the county's part as to providing access to us to get down to our lot. So that's what I'm here to bring to your attention, that at some point you'll have to deal with that. The Planning Commission will have to deal with that. And I'm asking for your assistance and cooperation in supporting us in this regard. I think you'd appreciate it if we can't have access to that lot. It's really not a developable lot. It's down on the floodplain down there. So to support agriculture, that's what. Does that make sense? Thank you very much for your understanding.
Next in chamber, Julie.
I am Julie Gage, and I live on 721 Valley Way, and I believe it's an 8-acre parcel, and all along our streets are single-story houses. On the other side of the lot is single-story houses. Behind that is a school. First of all, it sounds like it's all about being our bonds, getting money from the state of California, $10 million, and I hear that. We need money, but I've already built a ton of houses here. I used to go to work and leave at 6 o'clock in the morning and get at work before 7 o'clock in San Jose. Now I have to leave at 5 o'clock in the morning so I can get to work before it's late. If we don't have the infrastructure to get out of this town to be work, I don't know if any of you guys leave here in the morning to go to work. It's horrible. Next, our high school is already overcrowded. Some days it takes me 10 minutes to go around any way out of there to go around to Target or to the store because it's so overcrowded with cars and leaving. And next of all, if they put high rises 2 or 3 stories behind my house, either I'll have people seeing in my backyard, or I saw pictures of last time they had like parking spaces between it. Okay, great. I can hear people slamming their doors all night long in my bedroom. I think that it's great. You need to have some more housing, but you need to have more infrastructure for people to leave, come in here on the weekend. It's backed up off the freeway to get in here, an hour just to go down Highway 25. I don't know, maybe I think, California government needs to look at our infrastructure before they mandate more housing in here. Thank you.
Next in chambers, James Dazzle.
Good morning, supervisors. I think by now, you know that I'm opposed to the housing element that's been proposed as is. My grievances with the notification process, density and land use concerns are well documented. And although we can't really turn back the clock and start this process over with my voice included, I feel this board is committed to moving forward from what I can see. That said, we've heard from Mr. Prado and Kimberly Horn about all the great community outreach. But it's unfortunate that as a third owner of the property to be rezoned, I was really not included in that discussion. I know they said that there was a mailer that came out for the Planning Commission. I did get that, but this is a process that's been going on for years. As I'm finding out today, it's actually really nice to see Kimberly Horn talk about all the great uses of my property at the Board of Supervisors meeting with the game clock running out. It would have been nice to know that 2 years ago, especially when they've been paid with our tax dollars. Mr. Prado also discussed consequences for not passing this. I feel that there's also consequences for passing as is without taking a look at potential options that you may be able to have and explore in your closed session. So with that in mind, I'd appreciate it if you'd take that into consideration. Thank you.
Next in chambers, Elia Salinas.
Good morning. Unincorporated island parcels may only be counted if development is realistic. Because these parcels are unincorporated, the county may count them towards its RENA only if the county can independently allow housing to be built on them during the RENA cycle without reliance on city discretion. The county has identified and relied on unincorporated parcels within city boundaries. Zoning must allow RENA densities by right. California Government Code Section 65583A 3, 65583.2C, 65583.2H. State requires that sites counted towards RENA allow residents to use the appropriate densities, be governed by objective development standards, not rely on discretionary approvals reduced by feasibility. If these parcels are zoned at densities below RENA assumptions or requires conditional use permits, rezones, or discretionary review, then they cannot lawfully be counted towards RENA capacity. Infrastructure and services must legally be available. California Government Code 65583.2B5. Housing element technically assistance guidance. The housing element must demonstrate that sites have water, sewer, road access, fire protection. If development on these parcels depend on city water or sewer connections, fire protection, and road approvals, then the county must have binding enforceable service agreements in place, informal understandings, expectations of cooperation, or likely annexation do not satisfy the statute. Absent documented service commitments, the sites constitute illusionary capacity, which ADC has repeatedly rejected. Future annexation cannot be used to meet RENA numbers. The county may not rely on planned annexations, spheres of influence assumptions, LAFCO discussions, or future city zonings to meet the current RENA cycles. Unless annexation is completed and rezoning finalized within the period, HCD does not credit that capacity. Risk of not compliance, as you are aware, is again putting the county, and continues to be because we are now under the housing remedy. So realistically, development under county authority, the housing element risk being found substantially not compliant, that triggers the builder's remedy. The loss of discretionary land use control, potential enforcement of action by HCD or the Attorney General. This risk applies specifically to unincorporated parcels, including the island parcels that you are speaking about today. Thank you.
Next in chambers, Joe.
Thank you. I just want to say that I understand that that this really is the state that's put this in this situation. There's some parts of the map they're not particularly happy about, specifically, I think it was like E-8, the one that was like near Sunnysville Village. It's a very nice field. It's got a very nice view, and it's a shame that it's going to go. But I understand the placement being what it is. It's next to a creek, so the drainage shouldn't be too bad. It's next to a school, so people can go to school. That's all well and good. But ultimately, I understand that we would like to keep things the way they are. I mean, I understand that to be the will of the people. But the state is the state, and they are unfortunately have decided to bless themselves with powers that are unreasonable, and they have forced this upon us. I mean, we only get 2 representatives in the state legislature, our state senator and our state assemblyman. So we don't really. I don't understand what right the other districts have in telling us what we must do. I don't understand why they think they can do this to us, but they are doing it to us, and yeah, that's all I have to say about it. It really sucks, but thank you guys for doing what you guys do. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment.
Okay. We'll bring it back to the board. Who'd like to kick it off?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
If you would like to proceed in that format, I totally respect that. But if you would also like for us to respond to some of those questions as well, we can do that as well. It's totally up to you.
Any recommendations, board, staff?
I think we can just go through board comments and I'm sure it'll come up as we speak.
If they don't, then we can somebody can broach them. Okay. Go ahead, Supervisor Velasquez.
I'll go, and I want to thank you all for being here, all the hard work you've done to get us to the point where we can finally get through this. Benito Link, you're here again. As I say every single time, please get this story correct, because the public depends on facts, not things that are made up in the public as facts. And that's what we've been doing. We've been working hard here, the entire board, and I really appreciate all the work that's gone into this. It's a big deal. It's a very big deal. I do not like the state telling us what to do, never have, especially when they don't give us the dollars to fix the infrastructure we need, as was mentioned by one of the residents earlier. It's do this, do that, or else. Well, we put together a good plan. I'm really proud of the work, and again, the entire board for working together. But I want to make sure we're going over a few things here, because information, again, gets twisted around, but luckily we have Benito Link here today that's going to make sure they get the facts out. First off, we're not approving any developments here or any projects. I want to make sure that's perfectly clear. Is that correct?
That is correct, Supervisor.
Okay, first, that's probably one of the most important parts, because when they do come, we're going to make sure we're holding them to high standards. Second, by doing this, we are stopping 2,600 houses from being automatically approved through builder's remedy. That would be sprawl all over this county. Is that correct?
Certification would stop builder's remedy. That's correct.
Okay. This plan is going to now force developers to fill infill, which means already located within the city, so there's not additional infrastructure issues forcing us to spend tens of millions of dollars on more roads and different things. And more importantly, it now starts to focus on housing for our own community, that being teachers, seniors, and more affordable housing, workforce housing. Is that correct? Is that what this plan does?
That is correct. The parcels were strategically planned for that. That's correct.
Basically, it puts an end to sprawl throughout our county, as was approved in the past. Basically, it means that from now on, developers can no longer get away with not building affordables or, again, housing for our own residents. Now they'll be held accountable by what we're doing.
Yeah, and it helps that your board has been essentially requiring that affordable housing is built on site as opposed to in lieu mechanisms of payment.
Also means we're not building any 5, 6, 7-story buildings as was put out there by members of the public to convince them this was a bad idea. Really, we're talking about what's already been built here, 2, maybe 3 stories with a buffer of single story around any existing houses or the perimeter, so that we don't have residents, as was pointed out earlier, that have to look up at somebody looking down at them. It gives that buffer by requiring the single story if there's another structure next to it.
That's correct. That is a requirement from your board in our ordinances that requires that there is a buffer that we do take into consideration as we are reviewing planning applications, the existing surroundings. That is correct.
Perfect. So by doing this correctly, what we're doing is giving ourselves time to make sure we catch up on our infrastructure by focusing on that rather than figuring out ways to add sprawl across our county that leads, again, as I said earlier, to tens of millions of dollars of new roads, more traffic jams, on and on and on. And I think one of the really important parts is that now we finally get to get the money the state owes us, which is well over $10 million, so we can get things fixed, some of the roads and the other projects we had planned. So I want to make sure we're clear on that. I want to make sure that the number we're talking about is 754. That is for, again, affordable to moderate income. Had we had these rules in place in the past, a lot of these numbers would have been met already. But in the past, developers got away with doing whatever they wanted. I just want to make sure we're all clear. Benito Link, did we get this all? So we're all clear on this, because the public, and I'm being serious here, the public deserves to know the truth. We can no longer have a county and city run by people that have special interests that want to build out our county and deceive the public into believing their plan is better and not telling them the truth. So I'm not perfectly happy, but I can say as a board, I'm happy with what we've done together and the differences we're doing. And I want to say Merry Christmas, Happy New Year to everybody and to all of my colleagues here, because I think it's been one incredible year. So thank you all.
Like to go next? There's a Carol.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank my colleague for his comments. There is no perfect solution to this. I agree that the state doesn't understand how a housing element in a rural county is so challenging. I spoke directly with Senator Laird about this. He fully understands the challenges of infrastructure. He understands that this is not a perfect system, that infrastructure support from the state. If you're going to demand us build housing, you have to help us with infrastructure. We cannot use infrastructure as a weapon, either to stop housing or to, cherry pick where developers want housing. I appreciate that we have the LAFCO item coming forward about wastewater. Wastewater is a major concern. If we do start to look at where these projects could be, we're never gonna have everybody happy. It's just not gonna happen. I do agree. I think the reduction from going from that 2065 to the 2045, that was big, because the 2065, even though it doesn't, in the photo angles you guys provided, does not look as bad as it really can be. It's very important that we understand bringing it down to that 45 was a big step for us. But also, these zoning changes and these parcels and this housing element is not chiseled in stone for the lifetime of San Benito County's general plan. These can be amended. These can be changed over time. I just kind of want, if you could just take a moment and talk about, we're trying to meet a requirement from the state that we may not fully agree with, but also understand the limitations that we don't have a wastewater plant. We don't provide water in the county. We don't have a water service. So these challenges have to be looked at, and that's where support from the state and infrastructure. But could you talk a little bit just about, from the changes are possible in the future? Can you just kind of touch on that for a moment?
Absolutely, Supervisor Curl. Thank you for that question. The state recognizes that there could be changes to any element within the general plan, including the housing element. There is a government code, I don't have it off the top of my head, but that allows for jurisdictions to have up to 4 general plan amendments per year. And it doesn't have to be like a specific parcel would be one of the 4. It can be the general plan amendments can be actually bunched into multiple general plan amendments that can count as one. And so the state recognizes that there is potential of change, things change. And so, as I mentioned earlier, in my presentation, in our presentation, that if the county does end up meeting, for example, the regional housing needs allocations within the 6-cycle period, and a property owner comes in and says, well, I'm thinking of potentially having a different type of zoning designation, the county will work with the property owner and of course with HCD to make sure that if that change does occur, we want to continue to be in substantial compliance with the state. And so just want to emphasize that change is possible. We can work with the applicants, the county and the state to work with them to try to realize that change. And just want to emphasize that at this time, there is no development. Your approval would not require any development. The parcels can stay status quo. The change would occur if the property owner is interested in developing. Then at that point, they would have to be consistent to the rezones within the 6 cycle period. But if they want to change in the future, as long as we can work with them and the state to make sure that we're in compliance, we can work with them to propose a different zoning district at that time.
Well, just recognizing, even though that this does not approve any development, zoning changes do and can change values of property. I just think we need to recognize that. I am a major supporter of affordable housing in our community because we are pushing our residents out. It is very much apparent that our youth and our seniors are hurt the most. Our farm workers that keep us with a economy that is keeping us up and alive. We just need to recognize that we can't stop all housing and development. We have to have some growth, and that growth needs to be done in a particular way to ensure that water and wastewater and the infrastructure and the roads are there for it. So I highly recommend that the board continue to, and maybe we could take this up next year, discussing and maybe a support letter to Senator Laird and our Speaker Rivas on making sure that they understand that we're going to accommodate this, but we don't have the resources to do it independently. There is a LAFCO component to this. There is, an agreement that will have to be made with the city. Annexations are most likely going to have to happen for services to happen. It's not a perfect situation for us to be in. And I think all the work that you guys have done, this has been a long journey, but also I think we need to learn from this experience that notification processes need to be buttoned down a little more. If we need to put a policy or ordinance into place that makes sure how those are being sent in a timely manner in the beginning of the processes, not necessarily towards the end, but also having those areas, the map that we were provided last time from GIS was great because it showed the parcel and then it showed the 300 foot. It showed how many parcels were impacted by it. Those are the people that I think it's not just public comment and having a public hearing. It's making sure that those people in each one of those areas are having a voice at the table. So I know this is a tough situation for us to be in, but I do thank all of you for all your work today. Thank you.
Thank you. Who'd like to go next? Zinger.
Sure. Thank you. I don't want to beat a dead horse and repeat everything that was said by my colleagues here, but I'll just say if we take a step back, the entire concept of RENA and the housing element, I don't like it. I think most people don't like it, but this is what our state legislature is requiring of us. So I don't want to complain too much about it because it's just what it is and we have to follow these rules to an extent. Couple points. I want to say that I am very grateful that we negotiated down from their 65 per acre to 45 max, and that's 20 to 45. But I'm glad that we could actually get that out of them and that we could lower the density from what they originally wanted. Couple notes. I want to reiterate what was said about, Abraham mentioned it, that the properties can stay status quo. No one is going to this is not forcing anyone to sell and develop their land. it's your property. This is just what we're zoning, but they can stay as is as far as you want them to be. And I did want to bring up, Tom, if you could speak to the property tax, how that shifts or when that shifts. Because from what I understand, it's not until plans are, or until ground is broken that the actual assessed tax would change, or can you explain that process?
Yeah, basically property tax kind of is governed under Prop 13. So the only time values are basically increased for property tax purposes and when there's a change of ownership or new construction. So rezoning does not change the assessed values of the properties. It might change the market value, but not the assessed values unless something's triggered, like a change of ownership or new construction. If they did some land improvements or put some other improvements on the property, whatever the case might be, then we would look at that, add that value to the Prop 13 base value.
Okay, I appreciate that. Because I spoke to some residents and I want to make sure that that was clear, because I know that was a concern. So I appreciate that. Okay. Other than that, I'll just say that we need to get in compliance to prevent the more than 2,000 sprawl houses that are currently being proposed, because that will lead to financial insolvency in the long term. That is not how we want to be building. If we don't get this done, we're going to be in a far, far worse situation in terms of our infrastructure and everything else. So as much as no one likes this, this is, I think, far, far, far better than any alternative, especially staying out of compliance. So,
Sotelo?
Thank you. And I'm going to apologize before I even begin because I've got a lot of questions. So sorry, guys. I know. I'm sorry. I'm going to get through it as fast as I can. So first of all, thank you, Abraham, everybody that's worked on this, everybody in the public. I know this has been a long and difficult process at times. And I really, really appreciate the timeline that you provided for us today. So thank you. That was very helpful. And I understand with the Planning Commission denial regarding the notifications, I have spoke to many people that did not receive those. They have since now received them, so thank you for that. But in the future, I agree with Supervisor Curro. I think we need to take a harder look at that, and I think we need to do a better job. We need to make sure that we're really, really working with our residents and the community, that we're not just meeting kind of that bare minimum, like, hey, checkbox done, but that we're really, really reaching out to people and getting them, not just kind of with the public comments and et cetera. And so, I want to speak directly to the property owners and people that are in neighboring properties right now who are affected by this rezoning. And I know this isn't something that anybody asked for, and I understand why it feels unsettling to have the zoning on your land changed by the county or in neighboring properties that are potentially going to affect you. And I understand that these are not just parcels on a map for many people. These are, this is your property. This is your investment, and in many ways, kind of a part of your family's future. And I want to be very clear about what this action does and doesn't do. So this rezoning does not force anyone to sell their land. It does not require anyone to build housing, and it does not change existing lawful uses. Development remains a choice always. At the same time, the county is legally required by the state, as we've heard over and over, to adopt and implement a certified housing element. And if we fail to do so, we risk losing critical funding for housing, homelessness services, and community development, and we expose the county to serious legal and financial penalties. Those consequences ultimately impact all of our residents. I don't see this as an either-or choice between state compliance and respect for our community. We have an obligation to do both. That means complying with the law while also putting protections in place. Ensuring development is voluntary, tied to infrastructure, and designed to respect neighboring properties. It also means continuing to engage with property owners and making sure we have clear information and support. This is not an easy position to be in by any means, and I don't take it lightly. My commitment is to move forward in a way that is lawful, transparent, and fair, and to keep listening as we've been doing. Now I've got lots of questions. So first of all, I'm going to ask council. We received a letter and it stated that it was premature and unlawful for the county to introduce the ordinance adopting the county zoning and subdivision code amendments before the county has completed the CEQA analysis and adopted its general plan amendment. Is there any risk with what we're doing? I mean, are we putting the cart before the horse, or are we completely lawful in what we are doing?
You are completely lawful in what you are doing. We have reviewed that letter. We have researched the law stated, and we believe that the allegations or assertions are without merit.
Okay, thank you. Is there any type of I want to find a balance of, I want to be able to, we need to pass this housing element. We need to get in compliance. We need to stop this builder's remedy. The ramifications to that, to our community, could be devastating, okay? At the same time, I want to do everything that we possibly can to work with the property owners and come up with a solution. One idea that was kind of thrown out there is a tolling agreement. Are you going to stop me?
No.
Oh, okay. Is there anything, would that be an acceptable, is that something that we could potentially engage in as we move forward in making sure that we get in compliance with the state, but working with the property owners? Is that an option for us as a board to potentially do that?
A tolling agreement is an option. However, we will be discussing that issue in closed session later today, and I will be sharing with you my considered opinion about whether or not it's in the best interest of the county to do so.
Okay, thank you. Okay, maybe Abraham, you might be able to answer this. If not, Kimberly Horn, possibly. In the images that you that were shown on the screen, I think it was Sunrise Senior Apartments, Santana Ranch. There were several others. Are any of those images 3-story?
Thank you for that, Supervisor Sotelo. Yeah, there are 3 stories. The Santana Ranch has some 3-story multifamily near existing single-family homes that are single-story or 2 stories. The Buena Vista apartments are mostly 2 stories. Senior Sunrises also, they have some components. Actually, Senior Sunrise is actually
okay, but there is example. Those are okay. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't going to be the first of these 3-story because we have the maximum of a 3-story. So we currently do have some of those in our okay.
Correct.
Just wanted to make sure. I wasn't 100% sure, and so I just wanted to ask the question.
Yes.
So some of the parcels are currently zoned as ag. Is there any implications, issues, or anything at all that we would be in trouble with Measure A? Like, would any of these projects trigger having to go to the ballot with Measure A?
Good question. That was all part of what we reviewed during the process, and because it's in regards to the rezoning of properties, and they would not be required to be subject to the Measure A going to the ballot.
So even though we're changing potentially, some of these parcels are currently zoned as ag, even though they would be changed from ag to high density, it does not trigger Measure A.
Correct. We reviewed that with County Council, and a determination was made that Measure A was not going to be affected by or triggered by the rezones.
Okay,
That's correct.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I asked that question. Are there any ways, and forgive me, I don't know this information, and so I'm just going to ask it. Is it ever a possibility on some of the parcels? I think it was listed as like ag, mixed residential, something like that. Would it be, can we keep it? I don't know if it's appropriate or not, but could you keep like ag, mixed residential, high density? Like you would add just another designation of high density so that or it takes out everything else and it's just high density with the rezoning. Can you explain that a little bit?
Yeah, so with the rezoning, it basically would change the zone on the particular property from its current designation to what is being rezoned as. And so During that time, the property, as mentioned previously, can stay status quo and the existing zoning can remain. It is just at the time that the applicant comes in and wants to do a development that it would be required to comply with the current zoning on that property. And so at that time, we can work with the developer to make sure that it meets the zoning requirements, but at the same time, the development standards are also met, requiring buffers, requiring setbacks, if necessary, be allowed to have like a lower density closer to the existing development. And then as it's stepping away, then it can be of a higher density. Having a mix of actual zoning designations, only if allowed through the zoning would be allowed, but as the developer comes in and submits an application, it would have to be compliant to the zoning on the parcel, the actual zoning on the parcel.
Okay, so it would stay the same until essentially somebody came in to do something on that property.
That is correct.
Mentioned. Okay, perfect. Okay, so I would like you to answer some of the questions that were asked in public comment. I kind of typed a lot of them in, and so I was going to kind of ask, but if you don't mind, I mean, and I can do it one by one, or if you want to answer some of the questions. I too had some of those questions, and some of them I didn't even know about. So if you don't mind going through and answering some of the questions that the public raised during their comments, I would really appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Count on that, Supervisor Sotelo. So the first public comment was from Mr. John Ivankovich, and he was particularly talking about on the map, if CMAP is kind enough to put it up, that's the R6 property. That's along Buena Vista. That's at the most western point of Buena Vista Road. And that's actually the parcel that is owned by the County of San Benito. The County of San Benito is the owner of that parcel. And there's been discussions in the past of having, affordable housing, farm worker housing potentially on that parcel. And we have talked to Mr. Ivankovich in the past. There is multiple properties that do have that easement for the irrigation of water. And so I just want to reassure the property owners and Mr. Ivankovich that if and when that a proposal comes in for that parcel, that we would take into consideration that easement and access to the irrigation well for that property. And very important that is part of the process and part of the planning of it. We want to make sure that, for example, if there is an easement that traverses a property, or I don't remember exactly where it's at right now, but maybe we could put the road there that allows for it not to be blocked at all for access to that irrigation. And so with that, I do want to say that Mr. Rankovich reached out to me right after he spoke, and he asked, and I know there is a process, but he also has other comments in regards to potential funding. And so if it is the will of the chair and the board, he would like to add to his public comment, but we understand that there's a process as well. And then also we had Julie, who came in to talk about a property next to the R.L. Hardin School. And we discussed a little bit afterwards how the goal is to be able to establish those buffers, those setbacks, and try to keep it at a lower, height, potentially 2 stories, but not necessarily right adjacent to the existing homes. Have a nice clear buffer, between the existing homes and the new proposed housing. And if it ever comes up, if the property stays status quo, then there may not be a development on that property. And if the regional housing needs are met and the property owner wants to do a rezone to something that's different than the minimum 20 units per acre, then we can discuss. We're happy to discuss with the property owner at that time. But the buffer is not something that we are trying to adopt. The buffer is there. The ordinance requires it now, that if an application comes in, we look at those buffers. We look at ways where we can efficiently blend in the existing development that surrounds to what's proposed to have a really good product. And it requires the established public hearings and so forth. Mr. James Dasso provided his comments as well. They're noted. And, we do, the same comment goes to his properties as well, that if at any point the regional housing needs allocations are met, and if he still is interested in doing a rezone for a different type of zone, we definitely will be able to work with him as well, and the county, and as long as it doesn't jeopardize certification from the state, we can definitely work with them. But staff cannot guarantee anything. It eventually has to go to the planning commission for recommendation to the board. So that would be the process. Ms. Salinas talked about infrastructure, and that is very noted. Since the very beginning, that was one of the things that staff and the consultant had multiple discussions with HCD on. Since the consultant got on board in May of 2023, we had weekly, sometimes, when things were like during public comment periods, where nothing was pressing at that time, we're just kind of waiting on comments. Maybe we kind of, instead of having weekly meetings, we had bi-weekly meetings. But we've been in communication constantly, and rest assured that our communication was also with HCD. We had multiple meetings with HCD, and part of the first and second rounds of comments that we were receiving were like, why doesn't the county have a policy that adopts the multifamily housing that is in your program? And that was what we told them. Unfortunately, the county does not have a sewer system. The county does not have a water purveyor. The county depends on other jurisdictions and other agencies for that, but there is a process in place. And so at the third round, they took that into consideration, they considered it, and that's when they provided the letter on April 1st saying that they felt that the county has now met their statutory requirements for adoption, which occurred on May 20th by your board, but that they could not certify until the rezones occurred. And regarding Mr. Joe's questions in regards to the state has, putting us in the situation, it is a state requirement. The state has this requirement for all jurisdictions, not only the county, but the cities as well. And we are in the 6th cycle. And, just to reiterate, the 6th cycle means that since the state required the regional housing needs, there's been we are in our 6th cycle. And normally the first few times it was every 5 years. As you can tell now, it's 8 years. The previous time was 8 years. The 5th cycle was 8 years. This 6th cycle is 8 years as well. And so these are requirements that the state is requesting of the jurisdiction, so we can plan for the regional housing needs that they are asking for us, not just to establish units, but as we've been indicating as well, establish units that also meet the different affordability levels, special needs housing, addressing overcrowding, all the different issues. The 2-year period that we were going through all these workshops, planning commission meetings, board of supervisors meetings, joint planning commission and board meetings, meeting with the different organizations, is to hear from the community, and we heard them loud and clear, and try to establish goals and policies from your board to address those real life, tangible, and in many occasions unfortunate conditions that we have living right now in our county, in the unincorporated area of the county of San Benito. So,
Abraham, thank you so much for answering all those questions. I think there's so much uncertainty around so many parts of this housing element and how it's going to impact our community and the builder's remedy and just everything. And so I really appreciate you taking the time to answer all of those. And also your willingness to, I know anytime I call, you're willing to take my call and take the necessary time to explain things to me. And I know that I've heard from many in the public that you do the same thing. So thank you for your leadership at Planning and Building and working through this really hard issue. So thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you very much. I'll keep it brief. I agree with my colleagues on points regarding process, preventing sprawl, emphasizing multifamily affordable if projects are proposed, ending the builder's remedy, following state mandates. This is a state mandate, and emphasizing, as we've heard again today, there is no requirement to build. This is simply accommodating. And I think it's very important to emphasize a point in the consultant's presentation, who worked directly with the state on a regular basis, a lot of communications. There was a lot of back and forth. that the state is clear that this is the minimum rezoning to gain compliance. And if we remove parcels, as was stated months ago and indicated again today, that we would re-trigger the process. It could delay this by months, if not longer, and it would continue to allow the builder's remedy projects to move ahead in the planning process. Lastly, certainly hearing the concerns from property owners, understandably, that, anytime there's changes to zoning, there's going to be concerns. But I would just strongly recommend, as I've stated in the past, that we move forward aggressively to meet the affordable requirement. And so that we do have some flexibility and that we can work with our property owners potentially down the line once we meet that affordable threshold to potentially look at the housing element again once we're in compliance. And I would just strongly recommend again that we particularly target the county-owned property on Buena Vista Road for a farm worker housing project, and that we immediately start to engage with potential nonprofit developers or others who are willing to partner with us to get something done there, and perhaps we can meet the threshold with that project alone. That's all I have to say. Anything further? Hearing none, I'd entertain a motion. We have several items here. One is introduce and waive first reading. We received the presentation as stated in number 1, the other language. Number 2, introduce and waive first reading of an ordinance of the county of San Benito, approving zoning text amendment, adopting amendments to Title 23 and Title 25 of the county code to establish residential high zone and amend the zoning designations of 12 parcels identified to be rezoned in 2023 to 2031 housing element, along with an initial study mitigated deck under the CEQA. Number 3, continue ordinance to be adopted during second reading of consent January 13th, and direct staff to return January 13th with a resolution adopting the corresponding general plan amendment and associated CEQA documents for board consideration concurrent with the ordinance's second reading. Do I have a motion?
We moved it all in one motion. Is that all right?
County Council? Yes.
I moved as stated.
We have a first, we have a second.
I was just going to add to make sure January 13th, 2026. I know that seems obvious, but for legal reasons.
We can't go back in time. So yes, thank you for that.
Yes. I'll second.
All right, we have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Kozmicki?
Yes.
Supervisor Zanger?
Yes.
Supervisor Sotelo?
Yes.
Supervisor Curro?
Yes.
Supervisor Velasquez?
Yes.
5-0 vote, motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take a 5-minute break and we'll be back. Thanks. Sorry, I couldn't hold myself. All right, everybody, if we could get back to our seats and get moving here. We got a long item, our agenda.
Recording in progress.
Okay. All right, we're call the meeting back to order. We finished the public hearing section of the meeting agenda. We're now on regular items. 3.1 is the first one, which is accept presentation from LAFCO regarding Regional Wastewater Services MSR and provide feedback on direction, feasibility, preferred pathways for this. And I believe Jennifer is online. Is there anyone else from our staff that's going to be involved in the presentation? Otherwise, Jennifer, whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
Okay, yes, I'm here online, and you have the presentation up in front of you, as well as attached to your packet. I appreciate your patience as I'm struggling with pneumonia right now, so I'll try to make this as fast as possible. Good morning, I'm Jennifer Stevenson, Executive Officer of San Benito LAFCO. Thanks for giving me the time to present today. Your leadership and engagement are essential as we consider the future of
Jennifer, we can't hear you.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It started really good, then it went kind of low, and now we're nothing at all.
Okay, can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, we can.
You can, okay. I will try to speak louder then. So I'll start off again. I'm the Executive Officer of San Benito LAFCO, so thank you for giving me the time to present today. Your leadership and engagement are essential as we consider the future of regional wastewater services in San Benito County. Today's presentation is regarding the draft final of the Regional Wastewater Municipal Service Review, or MSR, that is available on LAFCO's website. I'd like to take the next several minutes to briefly explain the purpose of the MSR, summarize the key issues that have emerged from our analysis, outline the governance structure options, and invite your input on the options presented. Next slide. Municipal service reviews are required under government code. Before LAFCO can update spheres of influence, it must first conduct a comprehensive review of municipal services within the region. This includes evaluating service capacity, infrastructure needs, governance efficiency, and options, and several other determinants of sustainable service delivery. In this case, the MSR focuses on wastewater services, recognizing that wastewater planning and coordination are foundational to orderly growth, environmental protection, and long-term community well-being. Next slide. The MSR covers the 2 cities, 3 special districts, and 2 county service areas that currently or have in the past provided wastewater services. This map does not include CSA 45 and Rancho Larios, so we did not have a shape file for them. Next slide. The draft MSR was originally released for public comment in December 2024. We received no public comments during that period. However, with the appointment of new LAFCO ad hoc committee members earlier this year, the commission directed staff to revisit certain governance-related components of the report. The updated version incorporates clarifications and guidance requested by the ad hoc committee, including the need to emphasize LAFCO neutrality, to underscore that any governance changes must be agency-driven, not LAFCO-driven, and to acknowledge that CEQA review and other more detailed feasibility work would be required before any option could advance. Several important themes emerged during the MSR process. First, there are out-of-area wastewater connections involving the city of Hollister, which raise questions about long-term efficiency and service equity. The map shown shows the orange areas. Those are areas outside of Hollister that have been approved for extension of wastewater services through the LAFCO process. I should note this map is missing areas that have not gone through the formal LAFCO process that we've become aware of, and we're in the midst of adding those areas. Next slide. Second, there remains inconsistent use of the terms Hollister urban area and urban service area, which contributes to confusion among agencies and within the public. These terms have been used interchangeably and in some cases in ways that do not reflect their statutory definitions. Third, there continue to be city-county coordination challenges regarding wastewater service provision in areas near Hollister. As development pressures increase, these coordination gaps can jeopardize orderly growth and infrastructure planning. Fourth, the MSR highlights a lack of pre-planning for wastewater services in areas immediately adjacent to Hollister. This gap undermines long-term regional infrastructure efficiency. Fifth, San Juan Bautista's 2016 general plan sphere of influence and urban growth boundary were never approved by LAFCO. So this leaves certain planning assumptions unclear for the city and its service providers. LAFCO is in the process of working with the city on this issue. And finally, CSA 22 at Cielo Vista and CSA 45 at Rancho Larios are both inactive. Next slide. The MSR presents a range of governance structure options intended to address the key issues just identified, particularly inconsistent planning, fragmented service responsibilities, and limited coordination among the agencies. These options fall into several categories: multi-agency regional approaches, Hollister-focused approaches, proxy service models, and agency-specific solutions. I'd like to briefly summarize each set of options here. The MSR identifies two main regional concepts. First is the Regional Sanitation District. This would consolidate wastewater services across agencies within the Hollister area, including Sunny Slope, out-of-area customers currently served by Hollister, and potentially San Juan Bautista. This option would eliminate fragmented boundaries and improve consistency of service levels, but requires broad consensus and navigating concerns about relinquishing local control. A joint powers authority is a more flexible alternative that allows agencies to jointly plan or deliver wastewater services without forming a new district. A JPA can share resources, reduce duplication, and serve as a possible stepping stone to a regional district, while allowing agencies to retain control. However, a JPA alone will not resolve Hollister's out-of-area connection issues and may need to be paired with additional agreements. Next slide. For the city of Hollister, the MSR identifies options focused on clarifying service boundaries and out-of-area service responsibilities. Key options include formation of a subsidiary district. A subsidiary district would make the city council the governing body for a district that incorporates adjacent areas receiving Hollister wastewater services. This could address Hollister's multiple out-of-agency connections. Evaluate or retire the Hollister urban area, which has been inconsistently and used interchangeably with retired terms like the urban service area. And similarly, the Hollister urban service area should be eliminated in city planning documents to become consistent with LAFCO's 2003 action and current policies eliminating the term. Next slide. excuse me. These options examine whether a proxy service provider could address wastewater service needs in unincorporated areas, as the county is not a direct wastewater service provider. The county could purchase some of Hollister's wastewater capacity. This option would allow the county to approve development without uncertainty about service availability, ensure new customers pay their fair share, and generate revenue for Hollister. Challenges include concerns about feasibility, in particular the cost, the city's capacity limits, and potential growth-inducing effects requiring CEQA review. This option would have to be combined with a county service area providing services or San Benito County Water District acting as a proxy provider, because as I mentioned, the county is not a direct wastewater service provider, so there needs to be an entity to provide the wastewater on behalf of the county in unincorporated areas outside of Hollister and Sunny Slope. Next slide. For San Juan Bautista, it is recommended that the city work with LAFCO to ensure that an updated sphere be approved by LAFCO and incorporated in relevant city documents. We are in that process right now. Next slide. Tres Pinos County Water District faces financial constraints and an aging infrastructure. The Municipal Service Review identifies consolidation with Sunny Slope County Water District as the primary governance option. While it's planned that the Tres Pinos area will be annexed for water services by Sunny Slope, it will continue to provide wastewater services. So full consolidation would allow for several benefits. Next slide. LAFCO has already approved divestiture of wastewater by CSA 22, with Sunny Slope now operating the system and wastewater flowing to Hollister's plant. Dissolution would finalize this transition. And next slide. Similarly, CSA 45 is effectively inactive, with the HOA taking over wastewater operations, and dissolution is the logical next step. Next slide. So finally, the purpose of today's discussion is to ask for your feedback. Your insights are essential. The MSR is a tool intended to help us collectively look ahead, to identify challenges early, support good governance, and ensure that wastewater services meet the needs of current and future residents. Next steps will be completing presentations to the stakeholder agencies before the next LAFCO meeting. I'll be incorporating that feedback from the agencies into the report. I'll be meeting with the LAFCO ad hoc committee for direction, with possible consideration of the MSR at the January LAFCO meeting. Approval of the MSR only includes approval of the determinations. Those are found at the end of each chapter. Following approval, LAFCO should distribute copies of the report to the stakeholders and other oversight agencies. And then finally, the agencies would be responsible for continuing conversations. However, LAFCO may provide support by hosting discussions if desired by the Commission. Thank you, and I welcome any questions or feedback you'd like to provide.
Do we have public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. Go ahead, Elia.
Thank you. Good morning, Jennifer. That was really great. I really support this. We've been talking about this for quite some time. There tends to be a misunderstanding or misinformation that doing something like that is going to bring in more housing. This is not what this is about. This is about something that should have been done a long time ago. This is about everybody working and cooperating together and preparing for the future. Most people, the history has been that they're only worried about what's happening right in front of their noses. They're not looking at the future. I come up here and I always tell you, when you come up here and you sit up there and you're making decisions, you're the stewards of the county, and the decisions that you should be making are making decisions that are going to be affecting the future in when you're no longer here in 25 years, 50 years, you make mistake, you start saying, oh, well, it doesn't look really good. And I'll give an example is when Ridgemark was being built, they wanted to make Fairview Road 4 lanes. And they're like, no, we don't need 4 lanes, right? That was more than 50 years ago. So now we know that Fairview Road should have been 4 lanes. So that's when I asked you that when you think about these things, think about the decision that are making 25 years to 50 years from now, and not something because you don't like that you feel that it's going to bring in housing. Well, houses are going to come anyway, but that is not what this project is about. This is a really great idea. And again, it's been coming for the last couple of years. I know it got slowed down at the beginning of the year with the change of LAFCO members, but I think that if you listen well to what was said today and you read it, it's a great idea, and I hope that you all approve it. Thank you.
I have no further public comment.
All right, we'll bring it back to the board. Who'd like to kick it off? Supervisor Velasquez.
I'll be happy to kick it off. I'll say I've been involved in the wastewater plant quite a few years as a mayor of the city of Hollister since 2012. And I can tell you this is a horrible idea. And it is about housing growth. That's all this is about. We just talked about stopping 2,600 houses from being built around the county, sprawl everywhere. And the way they were going to do that is by trying to access sewer from the city. This is exactly how we got in trouble in the past. This idea that we can build here, there, over there, it doesn't matter. Everything will work itself out in the end. No, it doesn't work itself out in the end. What happens is we all end up paying more taxes to make it work out. When that plant was being built or proposed to be built, the city, nobody wanted any part of it because it was a $120 million project. And all those agencies said, we want no part of this. Too much money for us. As time goes by, it's like, well, we want to build houses everywhere, so we want to jump into your system. Well, the taxpayers of the city of Hollister have paid nearly $120 million. I remember this because I remember saying, what the heck happened here? How did we ever get in this situation? And I got in this situation because a lot of expectation of we can grow here, there, and it'll all pay itself. No. What ended up happening is taxpayers, ratepayers, city of Hollister, ended up paying a fortune for the rate fees to make it happen. What we've learned over the years is stop with the sprawl. If we learn to grow from within, slowly we can grow out, slowly and wisely. To be here just so we're a cheap place to buy houses for Silicon Valley, it's a bad investment. It's a bad move for us in the long term. And we shouldn't be discussing. This should be the city of Hollister making these decisions. I can tell you also, there was several times the law was being broken on providing these services. Literally being broken. Even as I pointed out, laws were being violated. Nobody cared. And they moved forward with the votes. Usually it was 4-1. I was a person voting against it, explaining that there was a violation of the law occurring, and nobody cared. I don't want to be a part of this. And if we keep going down this path and we're going to start trying to find ways, the only thing we're going to find out is higher rates for our ratepayers and more traffic for our residents and more taxes. Because that's what happens in the end. Person brought up the 4-lane highway on Fairview. Well, Fairview shouldn't be that busy in the first place because a lot of those projects should never have been approved in the first place. And when they were approved, at that time, it should have been very clear that you're going to have to build that 4-lane highway. Not, we'll take care of it some other time. But of course, it doesn't work that way because it's like our little project won't make a difference and won't hurt anybody. So let's get going on this. And then the next one, and then the next one. And pretty soon we're all in traffic jams trying to figure out how we pay $800 million to fix Highway 25. And that doesn't include the hundreds of millions for Union, another 50, 70 million for Fairview, and the list goes on and on. We have to stop with this idea that just building houses is somehow a magical cure for everything here in San Benito County. I'll remind everybody, it's not the cure, it's what caused the problem. Have we just gone back and remembered what we are? We're an ag community. Doesn't mean we don't grow, but when we do grow, we grow wisely. And we stop with these little schemes of trying to, if we do this together, this will work out just fine for us. No, it won't. Let's start with the core, and we can go from there. This is something the city of Hollister should be deciding. It shouldn't be something we just lay out there so that when the next round of developers come around with the newest scheme, that we all end up paying the price for it. I want no part of this, and we shouldn't be trying to take control over from the city of Hollister.
Would like to go next? Or Zanger?
Sure. Question for Jennifer. To reiterate, I'm sorry if you mentioned this, but the city of Hollister, this was presented to them, correct?
Yes, they provided comment back on it. Mm-hmm.
What was the comments back? What was the gist of it?
It was a one-page letter that said the city of Hollister does not support the creation of a regional wastewater plant that would utilize existing city infrastructure.
Okay. Well, I agree with those comments. If the city of Hollister doesn't even support the idea of the regional plant, it doesn't make sense. Obviously, it's not going to happen if they don't support it. I obviously don't support that either, and I don't support it for the reasons that I believe it would induce growth to an extent. And so I'm certainly opposed to that idea. As far as the actual MSR, from what I understand, county council can chime in. This is, what is the process? This is a requirement to go through these options at least, or how does it work?
Mr. Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors, yes, this is part of a required review that LAFCO undergoes. It is merely an opportunity for the board to provide their input to LAFCO. The board is not approving any action being taken at this point. You're merely sharing your input with respect to the municipal service review and the recommendations that were presented to you.
Got it. Thank you. All right. Thank you. That's all.
Supervisor Sotelo Curro, like to go. Curro?
So respectfully, I'm going to disagree with my colleague in the sense that we are required to ensure safe water in our community. Wastewater impacts, septics impact our quality of wastewater. We have failing systems around our county, including Tres Pinos, our CSAs, that if we don't look at a plan, I'm not saying it has to be a regional, I'm saying a plan of how we are going to address wastewater in the unincorporated area, we are setting ourselves up for further issues and weaponizing wastewater and existing residents. I do not agree that just because we are going to look at the options of wastewater and solving some of the errors of the past. I completely agree. The errors of the past are providing wastewater in areas that were not following, state law or LAFCO law. So where I'm going with this is, how do we use the general plan to stop growth in the areas that we don't want? How do we improve the quality of services for existing customers and potential, we just did this housing element, potential affordable housing in areas that we don't have the ability to provide wastewater or water? looking at how do we, if we want to look at economic vitality of our community for the future when it comes to hospitality, tourism, we have to be able to have options other than just adding septic tanks around our unincorporated area. The capacity of septic tanks, the hazardous of septic tanks, I feel like we need to start a conversation of what could it look like? Consolidating with Hollister should have been something that was discussed years ago. And when it started, we as a county should not have walked away and said it's too expensive, because what we've done is we've put ourselves, one, the city of Hollister has paid into a system that if for some reason, if we ever did discuss a consolidation or a regional, we would have to ensure that Hollister residents are not paying and actually benefit from any type of regional plant, because they have paid for the current and existing plant. Just saying no, in my opinion, is not an option. Building a relationship with the jurisdictions that have to provide, or CSAs that have to provide wastewater, is where we need to really be working in LAFCO. That is the purpose of LAFCO, is educating, not decision-making, but providing options. This MSR review was a struggle to get done by 2023. And I feel like we have a relationship issue with the city of Hollister that we need to rebuild. If we can't work with the city of Hollister and their existing, then we need to be looking at what are the other options. How do we help small communities like Tres Pinos, the CSAs that cannot manage their wastewater? How do we work with them? Because when their systems fail in the unincorporated area, it will fall on the county to solve that problem. And if instead of reacting to a failed system, we start looking at a big picture plan of what could we do in the areas that we have existing residents. I'm not talking about massive sprawl and growth of housing. That's not where I want to be. That's not what I want to do. But smart services that ensure long-term sustainability, that's why we're here. We need to make sure that our residents have affordable rates, that they're not paying for systems that they can't afford. And that includes the city of Hollister. So I feel that we need to, I would recommend a collaborative ad hoc with the city of Hollister and San Juan Bautista that could sit down, and even Sunny Slope Water District, that could sit down and really start to have a conversation about what could each jurisdiction accept or not accept. And if it's a hard no on the city of Hollister, then what options does the county of San Benito have? Because we are going to have failures and we're going to have to address those, whether it's with Sunny Slope or Hollister. I agree that the things that were done in the past should never have been done. I have said it to San Juan Oaks. I said it very clearly. If you had come to me as a supervisor and asked for this project and asked for wastewater to come from the city of Hollister, I would not have approved it, because I know it's not legal. And where they got the idea that they could do this, I don't know. I wasn't on the board. Honestly, at the time, I was dealing with a lot of other issues in a county department, so it wasn't at top of my list. But now I'm looking at it from a representative of our residents and the constituents of our community. If we ignore the fact that wastewater is being weaponized to actually stop any development, these negotiations with the city of Hollister for any of these infills for the housing element are going to be at a negative for the county. We're not going to get the benefit, in my opinion, that the city of Hollister will get. Whether it's the RENA numbers, whether it's being able to control what the project looks like, I just really hope that my colleagues understand it's not about growth. It's about ensuring quality of services, and we've got to start having a conversation. And this MSR review gives us options to be able to sit down, and whether that's at intergovernmental, whether that's an ad hoc or a separate committee, to be able to start to talk about wastewater. It also can be, back when, what is the name of the committee? I am so sorry. I don't have it on my desk anymore because I'm not the chair. The committee that's the water, the governance committee. I always thought that was a very strange name for a committee. It's called governance, but it was formed originally for water and wastewater conversations across the region. Somehow wastewater got taken away. If it was taken away, maybe we could bring it back. I'm just giving options of how we could have a conversation, because with a hard no on not doing anything, we're putting our residents that are here right now and our water supply at risk without looking at where we're going to be in the future. Thank you.
Supervisor Sotelo?
Thank you. I don't have a whole lot more to add. I just think that, I would love to see us work collaboratively and cooperatively, like, the city of Hollister, the county, San Juan Bautista, all of the water districts, and be really solution oriented. But I also understand that if there's not a willingness from the city of Hollister, and they've funded basically everything to date, there's not a lot we can do. So I would love to see us work collaboratively and think about kind of the future and kind of that long term. But it doesn't appear that there's support for that. So that's it.
All right, thank you. Just first off, just want to remind the board and the public that we just had this issue come before us regarding Sunny Slope annexations. We can all recall that there were concerns about new development. We put our foot down, said water line only, ensure there's no wastewater line. So let's be clear, wastewater infrastructure, we all know, is a tool to promote housing development. And, a substantial flaw in this MSR draft certainly is a lot of the language that opens the door for a regional plant or whatever mechanisms are being suggested to broaden the use of wastewater. It is about housing. And, we should be, as a community, focused on responsible growth through annexations, gradual annexations, infill development, not sprawl. That a regional plant, JPA, a CSA, whatever terminology is used, would inevitably promote. I also want to clarify that we, as the new LAFCO in 2025 in January, this was put on our plate at our very first meeting to approve this very substantial document, and it was alarming, and we immediately shelved it and formed an ad hoc and essentially recommended, and the direction was specifically to require input from the county, the city, the other entities, exactly what we're going through now. And the explicit direction was to get feedback from the county and the city of Hollister, the cities, and to actually include that feedback in the MSR document. So I want to make sure that that is followed through on, no matter what happens today and with other jurisdictions, that that was the direction, that feedback be included in the MSR document. Yes, we're hearing that MSR documents are required, but as far as I know, there's no requirement for there to be an option of a range of options for regionalization of the wastewater plant, and for the county to somehow to buy a portion of the plant is honestly an absurd suggestion for a number of reasons. And the city of Hollister has made it clear they have no interest in that option. So I feel like that's completely unnecessary to even include that in the MSR, the JPA as well, the CSA as well. These are just avenues to eventually, the whole point of this document and a lot of what's included in it, frankly, is to open the door for sprawl. And I'm proud of the new LAFCO for stepping up, recognizing that, putting this on hold, and at least getting feedback from the county, the city. We heard, we had to sort of, for the second time, we had to sort of, push to get the explicit information that came from the city. Hopefully that can just be included in the presentations going forward, because it's really important to know that the city basically said they have no interest and it's their plant. And I would request ultimately that LAFCO remove the mention of county involvement, regional plant as a viable option, the other options that related to the county somehow having regionalization. I understand the concern about having commercial opportunities, industrial manufacturing, but unfortunately, you open the door for wastewater on this level, and it's going to open the floodgates for housing development. And there's no way around that if we went down this road of regionalizing that plant. And so I just want to remind, since I'm constantly being told I'm supposed to have two hats on LAFCO, I can't say I'm Supervisor Kosmicki for some reason on the dais, that I want to remind LAFCO and my other self that its role is to discourage sprawl. That is stated in the purpose of a LAFCO. It is to discourage sprawl, not to promote it. And regionalizing the wastewater plant in this environment is explicitly promoting sprawl. So I would recommend that we give direction to oppose the concept of a regional wastewater plant and to request that LAFCO remove all mention of county partnerships that would lead to the regionalization of the plant. Thank you. Anything further? Any, Supervisor Curro?
I understand that LAFCO is to discourage sprawl. I completely support LAFCO in that effort. Also, it's ensuring that the existing services are affordable, that their systems are viable, and they're sustainable, and that they're following the state regulations. So it's more than just stopping sprawl. It's ensuring that the services that are existing, not new, but the services that are existing are ensuring the safety for our residents. At the same time, it has been discussed across the state of California at CSAC and other conferences that the state is watching local LAFCOs, and if the LAFCOs are dysfunctional or not following the states, because this is an arm of the state, is LAFCO at every county. If we are not fulfilling what the state feels is our obligations, the state can come down and change how LAFCOs are structured, and we could lose that power. If we want to make sure that our future is in our hands, we need to keep the control of LAFCOs locally and not have the state use them, because where I predict is that we have legislative representatives that already know that infrastructure, including roads, water, and wastewater, are all reasons for rural counties to not fulfill the housing element. That is going to be taken away from us if we as a state aren't vocalizing that we need local control at the local level so that our communities do not sprawl and our communities are growing the way our residents and the people want. So that's my only, I just see a long-term issue if we don't have some sort of conversation about not a regional, but what are we going to do about the unincorporated area for failed systems?
Thank you very much. Anything further? Is there any further direction?
I just do want to express the point about the some of the different areas, and I understand that there are some systems that are going to start to fail over time, but that's, it was a mistake originally. Can they be fixed? Yeah, they can be fixed, and there's a lot of newer technologies now that can help do it. The reality is they're costly. But that's what needs to be looked at now in those areas that have this situation, to pay the fees that it's going to take to upgrade their systems before it fails. And I think that's really the conversation, because I can understand it, some of the different areas that have these issues. But that's one of the reasons, again, just going forward, that we shouldn't allow developments just to be built here and there thinking that it's going to be just fine, because eventually they fail, they're more costly, and if you're not allocating the right numbers towards it, you're going to be underwater financially to fix it. So that's what needs to be looked at, is the true cost of repairing the systems now in those different areas, rather than the idea of just expanding service all over. It's infill first. Slowly you go out and you work with the city to provide a better plan for the entire community, rather than just, we'll take care of it later.
Thank you. Hearing no further motions, I'd make a motion that we draft a letter, a very simple letter, less than 1 page, that essentially opposes the concept of regional wastewater plant to be included in the discussion for LAFCO on the MSR document when it comes back.
So moved.
First, second?
Supervisor Kozmicki,
Yes.
Supervisor Zanger,
Yes.
Supervisor Sotelo,
No.
Supervisor Curl,
No.
Supervisor Velasquez.
Yes.
3-2 vote, motion passes.
All right, thank you very much. That would take us to item 3.2, which is approved creation of an agreement to accept lump sum prepayment option 1,000 with Verizon funding partners to keep the cell tower Vets Park at its current location with an easement over the space. Or number 2, approve creation of an amendment to the current lease to essentially reduce the monthly payment to $1,900 per month. Steve?
Chair?
Yes.
Can I? So we had a special Vets Park Commission meeting last night to consider this item, and I'm going to ask that we table this item. I think there's a lot of questions that we had as a commission around safety, around there was a 500 square foot kind of expansion part to it that we didn't know what the impact was to Vets Park as a whole, and so the financial was kind of on the bottom of our list of it was kind of safety, impact, and then looking at the financial part. We are still gathering a lot of data and information. Verizon was on the line with us last night, answered a ton of our questions, but with all the questions they answered, we as a commission still felt there was a lot of information we still needed. So rather than waste a lot of time today, I'm asking that we just table this.
I appreciate that. I would just add, so that we don't have to, and if others have comments, it's on the agenda. So I think if we can keep this brief, but my main issue, if we're talking about a lump sum payment, Verizon's coming to us and saying, we want to do this, essentially sounds like permanent easement, expand the space a little bit, we'll give you $429,000. Or the other option would be to reduce our monthly rent because the dynamics of the industry are changing. I want to have, this should not be a one-sided negotiation. That's my main concern here, is that we're just basically bending over backward to appease Verizon, it seems like, in this proposal. And if we're going to go down the road of talking about dollar amounts and changing leases, I'm not going to be pushed around by a big net.
Well, and that was the Vets Park Commission's exact attitude as well. And so we I just wanted to state that we are not comfortable moving forward at all sitting on that commission. And we agree wholeheartedly that we want to make sure we protect our residents, the youth that are out there, and that we do not get pushed around by a large corporation.
Appreciate that. I would just request that the potential of forming an ad hoc of some kind, working with county staff on negotiation parameters, and perhaps getting negotiation parameters from Vets Park, and then perhaps coming to us, probably in closed session because of negotiation, that it should start there. It shouldn't start with us receiving a lump sum dollar amount, essentially. I'm not going to use hyperbolic language. You can kind of guess where I'm going here, but this is a two-sided negotiation. That's all I want to say.
Absolutely.
Yes, and I would like to request that I will take the lead in negotiations, not the departments, be coordinating that negotiations, because this item was not brought to me to discussion. It was just put in the agenda. And by the time that I realized I have concerns, so I would like to be the leading person for this negotiation.
Great.
Yeah, if I can just add, I think this is a situation where you need a professional firm. I know we use it at the city to come in and make sure we got the best deal. There's experts out there that are going back and forth with these guys on a daily basis. They know what the real rates are. It could be the right rate. It could be much less. Your concerns are valid, and we need to make sure that they're being addressed, because we don't want to make this mistake, and it's better to have a firm that knows what's going on. Take it from there.
Mr. Curl?
I would just say I wholeheartedly agree. I made it very clear yesterday at the commission that so sorry, Verizon, but there's other providers out there, and you're not going to strong arm us into accepting any of this. I recommend that this be moved to a closed session item to be able to set parameters for the negotiation.
We got to go to public comment. We'll bring it back if there's any further thoughts. Public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. I believe we have one. He's...
Just want to say I'm in perfect agreement with you guys on this whole on this whole like taking one lump sum payment. That's, as we know, these issues are if they're permanent, there should be a permanent cost to this. You're taking the land for perpetuity. There should be a continuing price for that instead of a one lump sum payment. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just sorry.
I have no further public comment.
Sorry about that. My only other thing is my understanding from the Vets Commission meetings that we've had, the revenue from this was supposed to be set aside for maintaining the park. It is my understanding from the information we've gathered so far, I'd like more information, that money has not been separated for a maintenance, and it has been accruing and going into the general fund. So we know we have problems at the Vets Park. I'd like to make sure that is addressed in whatever conversations moving forward, and looking at it from a going backwards and how and what does that look like for maintenance for the park.
Great. Anything further? What I'm hearing for direction is to give direction for authorization to go into closed session for discussions on negotiations, and also certainly if the Vets Park Commission has a desire to have further talks and recommendations to bring back to the board. We have 2 supervisors that are involved with that, and we can certainly consult with those and take those into consideration. Anything further other than that direction?
Do we need a motion to table?
Motion to table with the direction, that certainly we can do that. So is there a motion?
So moved.
First and second.
Second.
All those in favor, roll call vote.
Supervisor Kozmicki?
Yes.
Supervisor Zanger?
Yes.
Supervisor Sotelo?
Yes.
Supervisor Curl?
Yes.
Supervisor Velasquez?
Yes.
5-0 vote, motion passes.
Thank you. That would take us to 3.3. Do we have a desire to move through campaign finance, or do we want to go into closed session and do 3.3 after work? Good. Let's go for it. All right. Unless there's any other reason, let's go campaign finance. So that would be 3.3. And we have Rebecca. I also see Francisco here. This is a continuation of the discussion that we had last month, which is accept introduction, waive reading of ordinance of the county board establishing campaign disclosure requirements and contribution limits and amending lobbying definition enforcement, and continue to January 13th for adoption. Rebecca?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors. Thank you for having us today. This item is back before you guys with the discussed amendments to the dollar amount, as well as removing the exemption under subsection F that was previously discussed, to bring it back for you guys for consideration, for us to implement this ordinance and have a policy in place for campaign contribution limits for the county, as well as updating the lobbying ordinance to better reflect and mirror the new ordinance section as well, not only in the definitions, but also for the enforcement portion.
Thank you very much. We'll go to public comment and then we'll bring it back to the board.
If you'd like to make a comment, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. Go.
Hello, supervisors. I just want to say that I appreciate what you guys have done here. I'd also like to propose just into you for consideration. I don't know if it's too late or not, but if it could be worked in, a self-funding cap of half of the median income over say the campaign season, which is about 4 months or so. I don't think any of us will spend half their income on a campaign, but just trying to be a little bit generous here. The median income that's checked is about $43,500. So let's take the four months of that and then take half of that income over the course of four months. We get a self-funding cap of $7,254. I think this would be a good cap for self-funding limits. Alternatively, if we can't put a hard cap there, or perhaps there's no desire, we could also do a per $1,000 fee. So for every $1,000, you have to spend a certain amount. And basically, the logic here is that if you can afford to spend $7,000 over 4 months on a campaign, you can help fund the elections department. Thank you.
I have no further public comment.
Thank you very much. We'll bring it back to the board. This is a continuation of the discussion we had last month. There were amendments that were made. Appreciate all the staff, elections office, county council working on this. Supervisor Zanger and I proposed this. The initial dollar amount was $1,000. There wasn't consensus on that, so we got consensus on $2,500 limit. It's a good start. And then the $25, essentially the $25 anonymity threshold are the two primary components of this. So I don't have anything further. I don't need to rehash all that's been said. All I'll say is that, I'm hopeful that this will go forward. And this is simply meant to even the playing field, to prevent special interest involvement to the extent that we can, and to ultimately just increase transparency, especially with the $99 donation aspect, which I've always just felt was absurd. Supervisor Zanger, did you have anything before we go to others?
No, I mean, we talked about this last time. I don't have anything else to add anymore at this point.
Right. Or then anyone else want to go? Go ahead, Supervisor Sotelo.
Thank you. So a couple of things. One, it is very challenging. We are somewhat doing this in the middle of an election cycle right now. And so first of all, I would love to see this implemented, if we're going to do this, implemented in an off election cycle. I know, I actually haven't done much with my campaign so far. So it's not like I have spent money that I have put wrong information, or I don't mean wrong, potentially different information from what this ordinance is proposing, but there are people that have, and so I want to be careful and respectful to that. I know it is not just the supervisors that will be running in this next election. There are many other county offices, a superintendent of schools, and I know people have started their campaigns, and so I want to be aware of that. We are making this change essentially kind of in the middle. A lot of people have already started. When we talk about special interest involvement, I hear you and I get that, but my concern is if you want to do the $2,500 and the $25, I can support that. But what I really am going to push for is we need to have a self-funding limit. And I do not think it's fair that just because you can fund your own campaign that you're able to spend $20,000, $40,000, $100,000, and I know our campaigns are not going up to that caliber right now, but I think if we're going to set something like this up and we're really concerned about special interests, we need to be wary about self-funded campaigns coming in. If you don't think there's a special interest in somebody self-funding a campaign, I feel like that is not accurate. There is absolutely concern with that as well. So I would like to see this board talk about and let's decide on an amount. I know that public comment was just given for $7,000. I could get behind that, but I do think the missing component to this ordinance is the self-funding limit. Thank you.
Next.
Yeah, I'll go. Did you? I'll go back. Yeah. Look, nothing I would love more than to limit this across the board. I'd love to go fight it out on these campaigns one-to-one. But the reality is the big money gets poured in by special interest groups that have no limit. They can do whatever they want. And they have basically started to control our community. Now, I'm one of those independent people that spends my own money for my campaigns. Do I have a special interest? No. Other than I want to make sure my community is protected from those that want to build thousands and thousands of houses so they can cash out and leave me and my kids, my family, stuck into traffic and paying the bills for their greed. So yeah, that's why I spend my own money. Do I want to? Absolutely not. But I'm not going to let these types of people get away. We're seeing it already. We're seeing the dollars being poured in from developer interests to, again, control this community. Eventually, what they want to do is tell you, all of us, that if you don't listen to them, they're going to put money in to your opponent's campaign, and there's not a thing you can do about it. And we can't have that. So find us a way to get rid of these PAC money, independent expenditures. I'd love to control spending all across the board. But we know federal law does not allow that. So we can't handicap one person to allow the others to just beat upon our heads. So I can't support something like that for that reason. I mean, again, there's talk out there of publicly financed campaigns. If we can control the money across the board by doing that, that's fine with me too. But until we can control these big money groups that are profiting from our community, we got to fight back somehow. And unfortunately, I need to fight back from these types of groups. So I can't support limiting candidates contributing to their own campaigns.
Senator Curl?
I have so many mixed feelings on this. When we did the long debate, I was just talking about us.
Yeah.
I really wasn't thinking about how it impacts countywide offices. That came to me when candidates reached out to me and said, I heard a rumor that you guys are doing something and we're in the middle of a campaign and what are you doing? And I was like, oh, I didn't even think about you guys. So that's my bad. The other bad is I'm sitting up here trying to negotiate with you guys on what this could look like. And I have already ordered back in August, all of my campaign contribution envelopes. They're all going to be bad. So I'll have to reprint all those. So I'm looking at it now from a fiscal part of monies expended that I've already spent out there. But also, I kind of want to talk to county council, or if it's county clerk, I'm not sure where I pose this question. If we adopt today, it's not going into effect today. It doesn't go into effect until when?
Do we get an answer on that? We have January 13th adoption, and then when would it go into effect? 30 days?
30 days afterwards.
So we're looking at February, which is the middle of a filing period. The first pre-election is from January 1st through April 18th. Please correct me if I'm wrong on that. The due date is later, but that's the first pre-election period. But then you have campaigns out there that are not for this election cycle that have the 6 months that are January 1 through, I don't know how many are out there because I don't follow them, through June 30th that would also be affected. So you've got two different types of filings. You've got pre-election filings, the first one and the second one. Then you have the semi-annual, which is the June one. All of that is taking place. And I'm not seeing how we make sure that that's able to be reported properly, just coming from elections and knowing the limitations of the system. I don't see how that's going to work.
Cisco?
From our stance, what we're going to do is a large educational piece with every single candidate that comes into our office and very clearly eliminate the timeframes, whereas any money that's collected now is going to be within the current threshold, whereas within those timeframes, it's going to go forward. Now, the system is going to allow us to trigger the new thresholds. However, it is going to be a little bit complicated for candidates because they're going to have to very clearly eliminate between the previous and the current. So it does create a little bit of an issue in the tracking for the candidates and the treasurers. From our perspective, we're going to try and do our best to be able to educate them and work with them as they go forward, especially for new candidates.
So if we, this is just a suggestion, if we didn't do it during an election cycle and it took effect January 1 of 27, there's no election. It would all just be able to be updated in the system and your information would be all current and updated, correct?
That is correct.
Because even if you did it the semi-year, you're going to have a different filing that will happen for that next election in November. Okay, thank you. Because I started to think about the logistics of this. At the same time, I completely agree. See, we agree and we disagree. I completely agree with Supervisor Velasquez. If we could control PACs and special interest mailers, our world could be very different. We can't control what is being sent out there from outside organizations. And if we cut off our right arm from being able to counteract, I mean, let's just say a huge, mailing starts happening that's going against, one of us. I don't see how I'm able to do a mailing that counteracts what's happening to be able to support where I stand. I would love it if it could just be a debate. I would love it if we didn't have social media. No offense, not a big social media fan. I would love it if we could talk about the facts and the issues and not get caught up in the emotions. But unfortunately, that's just not how this works. So with that, I'm really struggling. If you want to get this over the threshold, I would say make the effective date 1/1/27 but that's going to take an education throughout the year for the next round. It's going to take education from the elections office, from candidates, ensuring that everyone knows what the rules are in advance. That's just where I'm at right now. And I apologize to the countywide candidates and incumbents that I wasn't thinking about. So I just wanted to put that on the record.
Thank you very much. Anything further, Supervisor Sotelo?
I'm sorry. So regarding Supervisor Curro's comments, and this whole like special interest thing and the PACs and all of that. So correct me if I'm wrong. What I'm hearing being said is that because we can't control that, we should allow self-funding with no limit. Am I understanding that correctly?
Well, I can tell you right now, I can't self-fund with no limit. My husband is near retirement, and I got away with it last election. There is no way I'm getting away with it this election, and he's looking at me now going, what do you think you're doing? I can't give you any money. So I can't self-fund because guess what? I only make the money I make on this board, and that's not enough to self-fund.
So are you... I guess my question is, so are you supportive of a self-funding limit, or you just believe that it should be, and you don't have to answer that, but where I'm going with this is that many, many people, and the people that we want to, good people that we want representing this community, do not have the ability to self-fund. It is expensive to run a campaign. It really is. I know we live in a small community. Guess what? It's still expensive. So that's where I'm challenged with, right? Is that I feel like it's the haves versus the have-nots. So there's mailers that target me. Guess what? If I'm not raising funds, I don't have the ability to fight back. But because somebody else does, well, good for you. You've got the money to do it. That's not fair, and that's not the system that I want to be a part of. I want to make this as fair as we possibly can. And so I believe self-funding limits have to be a part of this ordinance. I am totally in agreement that 1/1/27 makes a lot of sense. I don't know if there's a will to do that, but I think in the big picture, it makes the most sense. Supervisor Velasquez, with all due respect, you made a comment, you're seeing it already. And I'm curious, like, where are you seeing it? Because I'm not seeing it. And who are these big groups that you say are doing this? Like, I don't know, maybe I live in a bubble and I'm just unaware, but I have to wonder, like, I hope that some of those comments are not directed at me, because I 100%, yes, I was endorsed and I raised a lot of money last time. It is never about a tit for tat. It is never about you fund me, I got your back. I'll vote for whatever you want. Absolutely not. I mean, if there isn't a better description of what I stand for and my integrity, the person that I love unconditionally, right, which I believe there is only an unconditional love between a parent and a child. I have sat on this board and I have voted against my own father sitting on the healthcare district board. And so if that doesn't tell you that you can give me all the money in the world, that will not change my vote. I will always do what is right. And I hope that as a community, we continue electing people that have that type of integrity. It isn't about money. Maybe this is just me, I don't know, but I really, really believe we must have a self-funding limit in this ordinance. I can accept the other things, you know. I'm a big believer in compromise and doing what's right. So, hey, if this is important, we already have a state rule, but if you guys want to do a local, hey, I'll get behind it. But let's make sure that we get the self-funding limit in there. Thank you.
If I may.
I guess I'll reply to that. First, it's absolutely not about you. And I think we've shown as a board that we can work together very, very well because we're respectful of each other. And shockingly, we hear people say things, hey, they fight all. We don't. I think we are 99% 5-0 votes in here. So that tells you the board working together here. No, not about any one of us. What it's about, again, are special interest groups that are out there that try to control what's going on in this community. And most of it's directed at me because I'm probably number one target for developers because of my slow growth stance. I'm very adamant, very clear about not allowing others to just come into our community and do whatever they want so they can profit as much as they want and us sitting here having to pay the bill. Now, what I meant by it is already developer money has come in to attack me, not you. Thank God for you. You don't need that. And I believe you run a good, clean campaign. I believe everybody here does. But we can't stop special interest money. That's the problem. Legally, we can't stop special interest money. Legally, we can't stop self-financing either. So all I'm pointing out is if you can't stop that, you can't tie the hands of a person that's trying to fight back. And that's all I'm doing. And again, nothing I want more than put it into that type of financing so we can run campaigns that are about our community. But there's too much money involved here for people that have special interests. And they're going to pour whatever money they want into it as they can because they think that is the way they're going to control this community, by intimidation. And if we're going to go into, I don't want to go into because then they're going to start claiming he's doing something illegal on there, the same special interest groups. But we got to make this fair, and I need to fight back from these types of people. That's the only point.
Thank you. I would entertain a motion to accept introduction and waive further reading of an ordinance of the county board establishing campaign disclosure requirements and contribution limits and amending lobbying definitions and continue to January 13th for adoption as stated in the
public comment. Yeah.
Yes, we did. Do we have a first?
So moved.
You have a second?
Before we go, since you got the second, before we go further, it was brought to my attention that there's a couple of discrepancies in some of the section wording, that in 3.01.174 for campaign finance, section F needs to be changed because it is referencing A, B, C, and F itself. So since it's gotten to a second, I want to make sure that that's being addressed. Also, so that's a friendly amendment. Also, that the 3.01.79B, 1 and 2, both reference to a subsection that was removed. And I would request with these amendments that the board consider altering the effective date to 1/1/27.
Thank you for that request. I would, as the maker of the motion was officially Zanger. Are you okay with the amendments that to clean up the language?
Yeah,
And I
I
have to
wasn't
say on the
sure.
record, I don't support the 2027, as long as that was brought up.
I wasn't sure if you were going to say something regarding those discrepancies.
But I have them noted.
Okay, okay. Yeah, well, yeah, of course, I want to clean up the language. But other than that, I want to go through with it at the dates stated previous.
Okay, first,
Second.
all those in favor, roll call, please.
Supervisor Kozmicki,
Yes.
Supervisor Zanger,
Yes.
Supervisor Sotelo,
No.
Supervisor Curro,
No.
Supervisor Velasquez.
Yes.
3-2 vote, motion passes.
All right, thank you very much. And we had a request for 3.4 to move that to the next meeting unless there's objections from the board. That's just the committee updates. We will continue that to January. And then that would take us to 3.5, which is review, discuss, authorize issuance of open letter to Samuel County Community. And this is a Board of Supervisors item. And so we have a draft. Anybody from staff wanting to take the lead here? Is that Greg's item?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors. There was a number of discussions by the board to ensure that they are able to have their message heard very clearly by all of your constituents in this community. So based upon many of the comments and actions that you've taken over the last 3 months, I prepared a letter for your consideration and revision and submission to the media should you wish to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment, please provide a speaker card in chambers. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Bring it back to the board. Anyone would like to get started? Comments, questions? None? Motion to approve?
So moved.
We have a first, we have a second.
I'll second.
All those in favor, roll call, please.
Supervisor Kozmicki,
Yes.
Supervisor Zanger,
Yes.
Supervisor Vitello,
Yes.
Supervisor Curro,
Yes.
Supervisor Velasquez.
Yes.
5-0 vote, motion passes.
We have the geologic district items. Do we want to get those done quick? I think so. So we will go to 4.1. The board is now adjourning as the Board of Supervisors and reconvening as the Board of Directors as the San Benito Geologic Hazard Abatement District. Can I get a motion to approve the acknowledged certificate of posting?
So moved.
We have a first, we have a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Public comment, this is the opportunity to address the board on items that are not on the agenda. Do we have any public comment for items that are not on the agenda?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Thank you very much. It takes us to the consent, which is action minutes from the November 26, 2024 meeting. Do we have any public comment on consent?
If you'd like to make a comment, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
I move to approve.
We have a first, we have a
Second.
second. All those in favor, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Kozmicki,
Yes.
Supervisor Zanger,
Yes.
Supervisor Sotelo,
Yes.
Supervisor Curro,
Yes.
Supervisor Velasquez.
Yes.
5-0 vote, motion passes.
Great. That takes us to 4.3 RMA. Steve Loop, authorized chair of Geologic Hazard Abatement District to onboard a Geologic Hazard Abatement District manager and sign a contract in the amount not to exceed $50,000. Steve?
Great. Good afternoon. GAD Board, Steve Loop, Public Works Administrator. And yes, we last met on November 26, 2024, where we discussed the possible onboarding of a GAD manager. And there was discussions of an RFQ or have county staff be the GAD, perform the actions of a GAD manager. And the direction was to move forward with onboarding a GAD manager. And so I'll talk about that and what's happened since that time. So in the past year, the Promontory project, which was annexed into the Geological Hazard Abatement District, has winterized the project area per their responsibilities. And they've also had the 1-year warranty period transpire for their project. So they're essentially, the Promontory project itself is now completed its tasks that are required of the developer. And so now it's time time for the GAD board to decide if they want to transition to a GAD manager. And another thing that has transpired in past year is there are property assessments that are being assessed on all the property owners within the GAD. And that fund, as of a couple months ago, has reached about $79,000, actually probably a little bit more at this current moment. So there is funding available to fund the GAD project manager and GAD activities. And so last time, just as a little refresher, because we might have a new board member since that time, we reviewed that in Northern California, NGO, it's a geotechnical engineering firm. They're the only firm currently managing GADs in Northern California. They are currently involved in 17 GADs, and including 11 as managers in Northern California. And so they're very qualified to take over the management tasks of the GAD, which primarily consist of maintaining basins, slopes, drainage ditches, drainage facilities, and weed abatement activities. So on that note, the request is from staff that they be onboarded as San Benito County GAD manager. County staff will work with county council to create a contract that doesn't exceed $50,000 for the remainder of the fiscal year. We have determined that approximately $40,000, maybe a little bit less, will be required for the remaining fiscal year for those activities that I just mentioned. And so that's why we're here today, to get direction from the GAD board. And so I'll pause there.
All right, we have public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Bring back to the board. Questions, comments? Mr. Curl.
Steve and council, please correct me if I can't answer this question, if it has to be requested as a future agenda item. But because this comes through only once a year for us, we don't meet regularly as GAD, a map of the GAD district and the difference between the CSA and the requirements of the HOA. There is a lot of confusion about at what point does the GAD start and stop, and the maintenance of those areas. If that's something that could be included once we go through this, that would be much appreciated. So thank you.
Absolutely. And there's a document called a plan of control that I'll resend to everybody that has that exhibit. But yeah, of course we'll do.
Could that be included in like a GIS sort of, so that link can be just constantly to people, if that's possible?
I'll work with GIS to have that incorporated into our GIS system. No problem.
Supervisor Sotelo?
Thank you. Steve, do we have a contract for the GAD manager? I think what is it? NGO, I believe it is, that was identified. Do we have a contract? One wasn't attached to the agenda, so I was just curious if we hadn't a contract on this item.
No. We're just asking that we are allowed to work with county council to create a contract in that regard. There was a draft contract attached, but I think operator somehow I detached it. So.
And do we have to do like an RFP or anything like that, or is this a sole source?
The latter.
Just making sure we're following policy and procedure.
No, that's a great question. That's why I mentioned it. Last year when we spoke, the options were RFP, RFQ, county staff, or sole source. And so when we did research per the GAS direction, NGO was the only local Northern California firm, and so the direction from the board was to proceed with a sole source.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it. So you'll work with county council now on getting the contract done. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
So I'm new to this. I think you referred to that earlier. I'm trying to understand. You have 79,000. How much is this? How long is this be going on for? How much is collected each year to pay for these costs? Because we always start off looking good financially, but our costs always increase and we never catch up with what we're collecting. So I need to be very clear on that part. And what happens if something goes wrong on one of these properties, landslide or something? Who's responsible? Do we get held responsible for in the future? What goes on?
So two things. In my computer just died because I was going to look up the total amount. I want to say it's $140,000 a year total, but I'll have to get back to you on that for the total cost collected every year annually from the residents. And so that goes into an account, and within that account, there's a certain amount set aside for emergencies, essentially, and then a smaller amount for management, and the largest amount is set aside for maintenance every year. And so the GAD is responsible for those activities. Does that answer your question?
No, because again, as I pointed out, we never seem to cover our costs. And the reason for that, if we say, oh, this year we're expecting it to cost $45,000, so we need $45,000 approved. Well, the next year we can raise it 2%, maybe 3%. If we catch it, more often than not, it's not caught until 10 years later. In the meantime, the costs have increased to $80,000, $90,000. Now the homeowners don't want to pay the increase, and we're stuck holding the bag here. So I want to make sure that whatever we're doing here is going to make sure it's covered, obviously day one into the future. Because if there's an increase that's more than 3%, how are we going to get it? Legally, we can't get it without a vote. So how do we do this?
So there's actually two documents. There's an engineer's report and a plan of control report. I don't know, they're 40, 50 pages total, and they discuss all those items that you just mentioned. And the report actually calculates all the costs needed per year, and that's how the assessment was calculated. With the caveat, there's money set aside every year for large events and large repairs. So there's an extra fund from the original fund set aside so that we're not using every dollar each year, if that helps answer your question.
Well, again, what if there's a landslide? How's that covered? Is that going to cover something that big? What if there's a big fire that happens on what wasn't considered maintained properly? How's that covered?
So again, there's a fund set aside every year. I don't want to predict the cost of a landslide, but there's a fund set aside every year for those events specifically. I mean, a landslide could be 30,000, it could be 300,000, right?
It could be 3 million.
Could be 3 million, right?
So is there an insurance policy somewhere? What happens is what I'm asking.
Is there an insurance?
For private property owners.
Yeah, they are. But if they're paying to a fee, they're going to say, we should have known about this and it should be covered. That's what I'm concerned about. Once we dip our hands into this, we start to own it. Fingers are pointed at us if something goes wrong. So I just want assurances that these things have been covered, or how we're covering it.
Well, that was essentially the reason the GAD was formed, was to address those situations. And that's why the fund is set aside for those contingencies. I don't think there's any insurance involved to answer your questions.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, if I may suggest, it appears that there are a number of questions and there's additional information the board may need on this particular item. I'd also suggest that the board continue this item to January 13th. We will prepare the contract, bring the contract back to you, and give Mr. Loop the opportunity to provide some additional information to the board at that time.
Go ahead, Supervisor Curl.
I'd like to include a budget report with where the funds are right now, and my understanding from everything that you've sent me and from last year is that the reason the GAD board has been created is so that it is not a county liability, it is a GAD liability, and it cannot go after the county legally. So if that clarification could be included in the presentation, I would appreciate that. Because this is something also, the education of the property owners, they don't get it. They don't understand it at all. So I would like to invite some people for that presentation, especially the HOA.
Sounds good.
All right, so is there a consensus to continue? I'll just say what I've always said. If you have to form a GAD, maybe the idea is bad. Anyway, anything further direction-wise?
That's a good one.
All right, well, we will continue the item to January and we'll adjourn into closed session. I expect, so supervisors are going to go get lunch. What's that? Oh, public comment. Thank you. Public comment on closed session.
If you'd like to make a comment in chamber.
I think they want us to vote on the continuing.
Oh, okay.
To
All right,
January
is there a motion
13th?
to continue the item to get further information and to have the contract included on the agenda?
To January 13th.
January 13th.
I move to approve the extension to January 13th and tabling it till then.
Second.
First, the second. All those in favor, roll call, please.
Supervisor Cosmicki,
Yes.
Supervisor Zanger,
Yes.
Supervisor Sotelo,
Yes.
Supervisor Curro,
Yes, with a thank you.
Supervisor Velasquez.
Yes.
5-0 vote, motion passes.
All right. Is there public comment on closed session?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press star 9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
All right, we'll adjourn it. Supervisors are going to get lunch, bring it back, probably hour and a half or so is maybe the guess. Hour to an hour and a half. Oh, no. Come, just get your food, bring it back when you're ready, and we'll start our closed session. We'll do a working lunch, self-funded working lunch.
Self-funded working lunch. And just to say, I never thought in a million years we'd make it through this agenda. So good job on the team and the staff.
Thank you very much. We're adjourned.
Where are you going to go get lunch and come back?
Recording stopped.
Recording in progress.
CMAP, go ahead and start.
All right. Welcome back from closed session. County Council, do we have anything to report?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors. There is no reportable action this afternoon. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So that would take us to our last item, which is future agenda items. We have the one item that we continued from the last one, which was the one I requested, which is basically as stated in the staff report, to give initial direction discussion if there's a desire to bring something back. So there wouldn't be anything firm at the outset, but just discussion direction on whether there's a willingness to develop a local ordinance regarding signature gatherers for all types of election matters. So this would essentially propose, just up for discussion, some ideas identifying their names, where they reside, potentially whether they're paid or volunteered, signature gatherers, and who is paying them. Those are just ideas, but just the overall concept is to require additional transparency for signature gatherers for recalls, referendums, initiatives, and any other election matters that involve signature gathering. And so that was it. Supervisor Curl, you had a question?
Please don't take offense of this.
Nope, no worries.
The law is very clear about on the petition right above the signature line in, I believe it's 14 or 16 point font, it has to state that, I even pulled it up just to make sure I had the law right. It states that the notice to the public, this petition may be circulated by paid signature gatherers or volunteers, and you have the right to ask. My concern is I do not want us to have staff go down this route if we don't have the legal ability to do it. I understand that jurisdictions that have expanded election law are charter counties or charter cities, and that if we are under general law, that we cannot expand state law or federal law without becoming a charter county. So that's my only concern. So I just don't want to send this down a route if we want to have the discussion of becoming a charter county and what that means and all the different things that we could do if we did that. There are pluses and some serious minuses. I'm open to that suggestion, but just doing this, the benefit to the community is already in state law. How are we expanding it and imposing local law of elections?
I appreciate that. So I guess the direction would also include giving county council authority to look into what we can do legally in addition to whatever the state law is. And I will just point out, and I know we can't do too much back and forth here, but that, yes, it might be in writing, but there, in what I've seen, that there is a flaw in people potentially verbally going around and just saying things verbally without, and you can talk all day about people's responsibility to read petitions. It's just not reality.
I would recommend Gail Pellerin is assembly member from Santa Cruz County as a former election and county clerk. She takes very kindly to proposed legislation. I would propose a state legislative change and not do it locally, do it at the state level, because it's not just a problem in this county.
I think we should push to do it at state level. Interesting things were found about this, but we just changed the rules here earlier today, pre-election. So can we do it as a county? Yes, we can. Does it hold up in different situations? That's for the courts to decide, but we can do something.
I'm not going to get into a debate. That's campaign law, and that's different. And it has its own stipulations about local jurisdictions adopting their own ordinances. It's not the same for election law.
Great.
We will certainly follow the direction.
If there's a will, is there a will to bring this back for initial consideration and discussion with county council?
Yes.
At some time. Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you very much for that. Is there any public comment on future agenda items?
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Thank you very much. We're adjourned. Merry Christmas.